Hello there. Good evening. How's it going? I'm it's another evening, another clear evening here in Houston. Um which is always which is a good thing since I'm here. Hello Dark Shades. Thanks for joining. Hi Mark Young. Thanks for joining. Oh, hey, Joe V. Long time no talk. thanks for uh thanks for joining this evening. I Yeah, I actually, if you were on the last live stream where one of my telescopes did not have any disk space, I luckily went ahead and cleared off. Hold on a second. I cleared off some space. I actually completely cleared it off. I think that's a lot of times I don't always completely clear off the Seestar. I just clear off like older stuff, and then as new stuff gets added, I don't necessarily clear it down to essentially nothing. But I did this time, and at least for this one telescope. Okay, cool. I'm I had because I'm doing this earlier and earlier because the sun's setting earlier and earlier here. I had gone ahead and started doing the calibration, the horizontal calibration, and I got one of them in progress. Oh, hey Gary, how's it going? It's been a while. Thanks for joining. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Um, but yeah, I one of the telescopes is doing horizontal calibration. The other one seemed to be getting confused. And oh yeah, great. Glad you're doing well. Um, One thing I had noticed. Um, so there's this limit with web requests. It's this is kind of a little bit of detail, but basically the browser can only have with with the old version of HTTP, it can only have 6 requests in progress at a time. And the problem is, I recently switched kind of the status on live view and kind of this list of events in the bottom. Uh, I added those as um, kind of streaming requests. So the browser makes one request and then it keeps the connection open and it just keeps getting data. Well, the problem is that eats up 2 of the connections, and the I'm not 100% sure, but I think the image counts as one of them as well. So that's 3 images there. But if I have both telescopes going, I've used all 6 slots. Now I'm not 100% sure if it's always if the image counts as 6, maybe it only counts in any case. I'm right near the limit, and so today I'm going to actually have 2 browsers open, one for each telescope, just to try to avoid that issue. I've got the Arc browser open, which is kind of my standard browser, and I also have. Let me see. There we go. Actually, one thing I was kind of curious is how far off center I am. Because I might let me adjust my chair here for the way this image is in the corner. I was kind of afraid that maybe I was off center, which I probably was on previous streams, but oh well. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, for 2 browsers, and maybe this is actually also part of the issue I've been having where um, live view seems unstable for me. Maybe it's more unstable for me. I mean, it's still unstable, I think, but I think it's more unstable for me because I'm trying to do it. Like I think I'm running into connection issues. So we'll see if that is better today. So you can see I've got Deneb, sorry, Deneb is imaging. Oh, hold on. Now I know why. I have like this program that helps me. It helps me kind of move windows around with the keyboard. So if I don't want to move them with the mouse, I can move them. But I realized I had this mode turned on, so I just fixed it. So now let me see how to. I need to. Okay, there. I wanted it. Now this one has not been calibrated yet, so let's go do that. I don't even know where. I think I had finally gotten it pointed at Deneb as well, because this one ended up very confused. It ended up kind of pointed at the house, and then it kept trying to plate solve, and it completely failed over and over again. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so it's a little offset. I think it's drifted a bit, but let's go ahead and start imaging on this one. And because then that'll force the horizontal calibration. Now, one thing I did do since last time, people have asked about having the progress on the horizontal calibration or, dark library. And so I added that logic recently. So you notice like these fields popped in the substage and percentage. So you'll see it kind of switching between exposure and plate solve as it kind of goes through the horizontal calibration. So that's a brand new feature that has not been committed yet, but we'll go over something that has been committed in a bit. Yeah, it's funny because I added that, and as soon as I added it, I added it either yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday, and it was cloudy and then it cleared, and so I ended up doing some development, and I was immediately like, wow, why didn't I add this earlier? Because it's kind of cool watching it update. Now one thing, I think it's going back to the target, which is why it's stuck at 100% here for a moment. But then I don't think I've imaged with this one, so I think if I haven't, it's going to try to do the dark frame, the dark library, which, let's see. Yeah, so like I say, hopefully things will be more stable on the web browser front. Now, for those who know web stuff, there's two later versions of the protocol, version 2 and 3, HTTP version 2 and 3. And the problem is, it's like, well, version 2 doesn't have this limit, so why don't we use version 2? Well, the problem is it requires SSL. And since SSL doesn't tend to work as well when you're running it locally, when you're running your web app locally, so it says I think it's plate solving because it's trying to get back to the origin. I think I think I need to add more status here because it's kind of sitting at 100, but it is doing some stuff. You can see it down here, but eventually it'll get there. Did it actually? One other thing, it was a minor thing. At some point, this will be formatted and it'll work better. Right now, it's low effort. It was very little effort was put into it. I did remove the timestamp because that was kind of a lot of extra kind of padding that wasn't necessarily super valuable, since there already was a timestamp over here. Okay, that's not good. Don't tell me it ended up doing something. So one way I can always look at the all sky camera and see what the heck's going on here and where this is even pointing, because which one is it? It's one, so it's this telescope. It doesn't seem to be pointing the wrong direction. So I'm not sure why it's having a hard time trying to plate solve. It's not like before when it was pointing at the house. So at some point this is going to probably give up. See, this is why I'm always torn on how early. Yeah, labels on the Seestars. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should probably do that. The one thing, actually, they are labeled. You can't see it here, but it might be this white tag. I actually put a label on the bottom of them. So solve failed. Weird. Mostly, I mean, and I'm glad I did, especially now where it's clear that one of them has more noise on it than the other. That kind of the dark noise, the darks are much noisier on this telescope. The one on the left, I think, is what it was. Well, it didn't plate solve, but I can go ahead and image, which will probably get it to start doing the dark. Oh no, I guess I already had done the dark frame, so that's fine. So I think it horizontally calibrated, but we'll see. Anyway, moving on. So this other one has been imaging, and I need to stop it. And then we can move on to, I really need to add a stop button here. Imaging, live view. Yeah, I really need to add a stop button. Anyway, the first targets tonight, I was debating doing what do you call it? I was debating doing some live coding, but I'm not going to do that much. I might do it if something incidental comes up, if it just kind of breaks. Yeah, I like that. Is that one that Can't Stop That? Something like that? Or is that another song? That would be pretty funny. There was I work somewhere where we were going to add an emergency stop for kind of a real-time system, and I wanted to use it was from the kind of reboot of the original Star Trek series, the one that they did in the movie, the J.J. Abrams, like he did the first two of them. And there's a scene in one, not that one. I think it was it the second? Anyway, they they kind of drop out a core, and the system we had was called a core. And so I wanted to have a sound where it has the clip from the movie, and it's like the core stop, they dropped us out of warp. Anyway, you had to have been there. It was funny, I guess, for some of us. Okay, so this is imaging. You wouldn't know it because it's not showing anything. I had made some changes, and I'm hoping I didn't break. Like, I made some changes before the live stream having to do with the image handling, and I'm hoping I did not break it. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see where this lands. So one of the things I wanted to show is a brand new feature. Oops. Hold on. What did I just do? All right. I'm trying to, I should have edited, kind of created this list beforehand, but we're going to do, I plan on imaging, do I want to do, I'm going to do the Fishhead Nebula again, just because it's been a pretty reasonable target. And yesterday I was imaging and I went almost 200 frames and I think it only dropped one frame. And I figured it was, I think because the field rotation was very little. And so it was actually doing well, surprisingly. Let's see what else. We're going to look at Fishhead. Oh, shoot. This is one. I actually did this yesterday while I was testing out stuff. So let us try this. So let's try this new feature. Is this the one I want to test out? Yeah, this one was fine. So we will go, and actually let me stop this one too. Commands, stop imaging, stop. Okay. So we have, it is stopped. So it's a new, I don't know if I showed it last time, but there's this new planning screen that I did not write, that someone on this channel may have written, or someone on in the chat may have written. Let's see if this, actually, I wonder if it's going to have an issue because this is an incognito window sometimes. Let me go back to this. I'll do it over here because I know it works well here. So go planning, and it is loading there. Okay, so let's look up. I want to go to IC 5146, the Cocoon Nebula. And I'm only doing a 1x1 grid, but this is the target I'm going to be imaging. And this is what it looks like, although it won't quite look like this with the Seestar. And so you can see some of the functionality here. So this is called the planning page, the idea being that you can look up a target, see a visualization of it. You can plan out a mosaic. So I can do a mosaic of it and see what it's going to look like, which that's a very tiny target. So it's not ideal for that, but I'll look at another target and we can look at the mosaic. Actually, let's do that right now. Let's look at M31, which is actually, let's look up the North American Nebula. And that's a really large target, as you can see. So let's change it to like a 3x3 mosaic. And okay, mouse wheel zoom. The only problem is I don't have them. How do I mouse? I've got to, will this work? Oh, hey, there we go. It's very finicky because I've got a touchpad here, unfortunately. And that's, I think, more of a Mac thing because I have this problem with other software too. But yeah, so you can, so you can see what the, what it will look like with now realistically, I do 50% overlaps, so it'll recalculate that. And you can kind of get an idea of if you have enough coverage, which I don't here. So let's increase this to a 4x3. This is a brand new feature. I think it's flagged as experimental. Yeah, it is. It is a really great interface. Like I say, someone in the chat may have actually been involved with writing all this. But it wasn't me. I did not write it. But yeah, it was. I'll blame him. It was Jovi. Jovi wrote it. But it's great. It's great. I have some stuff turned off here, but let me just quickly, oh yeah, and see it shows you the coordinates of the different panels. Now you can just copy, the center coordinate and then kind of go to the interface, and I'll show like run away, run away. No, so I'll show you, I'm going to use it for the first target I'm going to go to. Uh, but it's kind of cool because not only can you see what it's going to look like, the specific target, but you can see like from where you are what the visibility of it is. So it's for me right now, North American Nebula is really high in the sky. Um, and then this is what it looks like seasonally. Here's the twilight times, sunrise, sunset, twilight, and it also has astrospheric. There were a couple other weather kind of sky prediction things, and I commented those out in my local copy, but there's actually two other ones that are visible. And so this is great. So like this, it really is a planning screen. You can kind of start off here and look at how you're gonna, get so like how I've actually. So I'm gonna try this tonight. Typically, if you've been on the live streams before, I usually have Stellarium going and I'm checking things out with that. I may still have to do it for the sky visibility, but for everything else, I'm going to use this tonight. But yeah, this is great because you can see, you get a lot of detail about it. And so dark shades, I know Joe V's been answering this, but if you're not looking at the chat, dark shades asked, can it be made available when the scope's offline? And it is available offline, but you have to have an internet connection right now. Oh, and it had an issue, but working offline, but Jovi fixed it today. So this is actually, I think, the latest version of it. I'm not going to test the offline functionality right now, but yeah, this is great. I love this. I think this is going to be, and this is just kind of like, I think it's flagged with experimental, and Jovi has, I know he has a list of things he wants to add to it. Yeah, the device viewing page needs internet for it to work. Yes, this should be on the latest version in GitHub. This screen, but I think Jovi can confirm, but I think you have to have the experimental flag turned on, just like live view. But this is great. Like this is, and that's what I love about this project. Like there's so many great contributions from several people. Yeah. The list is real. Yeah, his list of things he wants to add to it. So, but yeah. So I am going to go to, I'm going to start with IC, and you'll see in a second where, like there's some things that are, oh no, it wasn't IC, it was IC 5146. Yeah. So you have to turn on experimental, which if you're using live view, you already have the experimental flag turned on. Okay, I don't want to. 41. That would be hilarious. I'm not doing a mosaic on IC 5146. And is this what I want? Okay. So you just copy the coordinates. Like right now, this is how this works, where I clicked copy here, and then I'm going to go image, and I can just paste the coordinates in. Now, Jovi, are those JNOW or J2000 coordinates? 5146 cocoon. you think it's J2000, so I'm going to click J2000. So again, it's experimental, but I know one of the things on the list is kind of like a one click where instead of having to copy and paste it in, it just kind of, you can just research the object and then it'll just kind of schedule it. So I'm going to do this for 45 minutes, and I'm going to try the light pollution filter, and let's hit go. See how it goes. All right. Now, one thing is I think this screen doesn't give feedback. Probably should. Okay, it's going. And okay, so it's now trying to go to the target. So meanwhile, I should do something with this scope. Now I don't know if live view works on this one. I mean, not live view, planning works on this. Because there's quirks on what do you call it with there are quirks in Chrome when you're in incognito mode, and I'm not 100% sure. We'll see if it actually loads. It might be a, like I've had try to get Chrome working. I've tried to get web applications working with Chrome in the past in incognito mode and had some issues where so it might, like it has specific behavior around local storage. So maybe that's why this isn't working. Let me see if I can bring up a non-incognito browser here. Let's see. Let me see if I have a new window. Let's try this. See if this works. I'm checking it off screen before I bring it on. Bring it on. Okay. So, yeah, planning. Let's try planning. And it's, I mean, because of the way that screen works, it's a, like some of the data is coming from this server on the internet that's not always quick to respond. Sometimes the tiles take a while to load, and so it's not the code we wrote or that Joe V wrote. It's definitely not the code he wrote. It's not the code of the person who wrote the little embeddable widget, but it's the underlying data that's a little slow. You know what's really interesting? It's doing the same thing on Chrome. And I wonder if it's some no, it wouldn't be a plugin. It's very strange. I'm chalking this up to some weirdness in my environment or Chrome, something I've done to Chrome. That's okay. We'll just not do the planning page on this browser. Of course, now that the image isn't coming up, I'm wondering if there's some other issue. Very strange. But like I say, I literally made some changes just before the live stream. So it could be a me problem. Yeah, the live view not coming up is weird. I mean, not the live view, the planning coming up is very weird. The live view not coming up, I expect that because that's probably just something I broke. Let's try this. Oh, there we go. Okay, and you can see it's starting to load there. It's got 8 frames. So yeah, I think someone had suggested the Cocoon Nebula on one of the live streams, like over the weekend, I think. But by the time I went ahead and looked, it was already kind of in a position that was bad in my backyard, and so it's something that I need to try first thing. Did you check J2000? Yes, I actually did, and it worked. No, I used J2000, and yeah, that seemed to do the trick. I mean, we can double check. It should be in the schedule. Yeah, J2000 is checked. So, and I know I'm pretty sure I showed this last time, but there have been some improvements here, and I think there have been further improvements with the formatting where sometimes it would get kind of rotated, or not rotated, wrapped or shifted. So now it's definitely a lot, definitely cleaner. But yeah, you can see I have the light pollution filter and J2000. Yeah, yeah. So that's good. I think we need to kind of make things consistent and not like J2000 is fine, but I think like the planet mode is flipped. Like I think it's J now, which kind of makes sense because anyway. But yeah, so this is starting. So let's get this something going with this one. Now I won't be able to use the super snazzy planning page because I don't know what's going on here in Chrome, but we can do it old school. Now, what target did I want to image? So we've got the Cocoon Nebula going, and which one was this one? See, because the planning screen isn't working. I guess I could, since this is imaging all nicely, I'll just go use the planning screen. I'm going to force myself to use the planning screen for as much as I can. And really, I could copy the coordinates and then paste them into this browser, but I think. So let's see. Yeah, the schedule page looks very nice and clean. Yeah, and it claims. But I mean, even worse, like this browser it's working, this browser it's not. This is Chrome, this is Arc, but Arc uses the Chromium engine, so they're both using the same browser engine under the hood. So it's very strange. Very, very strange. So let's look at, see, I think this one was something somebody mentioned, but I don't think I can see it right now. But the nice thing is I can tell very quickly if I cannot see it. Yeah, see, like its peak visibility. Yeah, this is too low in the sky right now. It's not. Like I could image it before sunrise. This is the California Nebula. Yeah, it's actually been kind of it's actually caused problems. I mean, not it hasn't caused problems per se, but one of the regulars on the stream, Cosmic Ray, has made good points about like the stability, and you know, at some point we need to start probably having periodic releases so people know it's stable. But yeah, there's a lot of talented people and a lot of motivated people. Um, uh, just because like they want to add a feature and it's pretty much sure, go ahead, have at it. And it's all in Python, so there's like a lot of great libraries in Python. So there's it's definitely some of the functionality that's been added has kind of surprised me in a good way. Like but it makes sense because like Python has all these neat libraries and things for scientific computing, and that includes astronomy. So it's like you can find libraries that do a lot. Okay, so I was going to, so the, what do you call it? The California Nebula's out. Now, One thing I don't know is how flexible this is with its lookup, so we will see. Will it find it? Because if it's a lot of software uses Simbad, which is this standard like astronomical catalog and lookup service. But I guess maybe this isn't using Simbad or what do you call it? Stellarium is using something else. Let's fire up Stellarium and I'll show you what when you bring up Stellarium and I look for H Persei, it goes by other names, but the fact you can look it up, and I don't know if that's a feature of Simbad or like there might be parameters that have to be used to look up stuff. So that's NGC 869. So we'll just try that. NGC 869. Yeah, it is time. Oh, Cheap Astro, hi. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. Did you I know you were talking about having a video. Have you come up with a video? I haven't been watching YouTube much, unfortunately, so it's quite possible you released it, and I just have been ignorant about it. Yeah, feedback that it failed. Yeah. Now, okay, it's on my face. Let's look at that. I mean, I'm not going to do it now, but I'm going to open it in the browser. So there we go. Stellarium, dang it. Okay. Yes, thank you. And I'll share that with anybody who wants to do it before I get before I do it, which will I definitely need to do this because yeah, I mean not only is mine is somewhat inaccurate. It is mostly accurate, but there's times where it isn't. Like one thing I noticed, this kind of area over here, it's I call it kind of the canyon. Objects will kind of go behind here, but I'm still imaging them. I mean, they'll actually be fine. So this part here isn't fully accurate. Like it's actually a bit over. Yeah. No, it's no, thank you for doing that. I've been yeah, no, that's great. I need to go look at that, and I need to redo my backyard the Stellarium horizon. Yeah. Yeah. No, and but that's great. That's perfect. But I mean, the you say it's long, but the nice thing about it is it's the kind of thing you would typically only do once or very infrequently would you need to like update it. So it's worth I mean, like initially I had kind of resisted even doing what I did, and I'm really glad I did because I was going months before I did this, and I was kind of annoyed at myself that I didn't do it earlier because it really helps figure out where the obstructions are in the backyard. And so, yeah, I need to update it because it's off. And then it's got like this weird artifact over here, which isn't real. Like this thing is not real, and I don't even know why it's there. Like because it's purely number based. I can't like I have to kind of look at the numbers and try to figure out why there's like an outlier. But it actually ends up being kind of annoying because I'll end up having to turn off the horizon because sometimes objects will be underneath here, and I'm like, and I won't realize it because I'll look for it and I'm like, I don't see anything. And then I get like Bode's Galaxy, I think, was like behind here when I was looking it up one night. And I'm like, oh, it actually is visible. Yeah. So that's great. Yeah. Well, and they're, that is a factor too. I mean, it's nice to, I mean, like for a while I was using one of the backgrounds, which was some random place in France or something, and I'm like, I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't help me from a horizon. I mean, at least I know if something's above or below the horizon, but it still doesn't help me know that something's visible because of all these obstructions. So yeah, since we're having some clear weather here, I need to do it this week. I'm definitely going to do it this week, and I'll show it off. Well, because I'm always on Stellarium. Let me see. Let me see. What am I looking at here? Um, okay. So this one I can actually go to. Now, one thing I know Jovi was talking about is being able to reframe, which will be nice. But yeah, no, it's already amazing. Um, and also, I mean, like just for the mosaic, from the mosaic point of view, it's great. For me, because I historically don't do that many mosaics. The visibility curve is fantastic, and then just being able to see like the weather stuff. Like I haven't I've actually used this page the last few days instead of going just to Astrospheric because it's like it's right there, along with everything else I need. So yeah, I'm not actually going to copy and paste the coordinates, uh, just because I don't. Since Chrome is acting kind of wonky, I'm not going to push my luck with this, and we'll see if this even works. Okay, so I'm going to do this for 30 minutes and no light pollution filter. Did it actually do anything? Did I just mess something up? Hold on. This is, oh, oh, oopsie, darn it. Did I mess stuff up? Because I didn't realize. You know what? Maybe that's my problem. I'm in Federation mode. Maybe that is my problem. Maybe that was the problem with the planning page. Actually, I want to go. I was. I just. Did I? Okay, it didn't mess up Cocoon. That's weird. Okay. Whatever. That's very strange. So let's go look at A. Okay, so this is. And actually, now let me look at the planning page and see if maybe that was my problem that came in. No. Like the fact it's loading nothing. There's something weird. I'll look at it after this stream just because I'm wondering if it's something. It must be something peculiar about my browser. But let's go look at live view. It should be starting to. I mean, it's already starting to stack, so that was pretty fast. Let's see. I'm just trying to. Oh, there we go. So nice little or nice. What do you call it? Open cluster, and it's got. There's a second open cluster here. So that's going well. Although that looks, I need to see. I explicitly focused one of the telescopes, and I don't tend to have a lot of focus drift, but I had meant to focus both of them, but then I was having alignment issues. Yeah, I have no idea, Jovi. I mean, given that it's been rock solid on this browser, and I don't actually use my Chrome that often, I mean, I would, yeah. Actually, I'm going to do another test here. off screen. Maybe it's some quirk about... That is very weird. Let me go back at live view. That's the cocoon. It's actually not a bad reject rate. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. That's weird. Why is that so bright? Oh, okay. Like I have these Chrome profiles, so let me try opening a new window. And oh, what is that? I wonder. I'm just testing something out off screen just because it's, in case it's totally chaotic. Oh, that's interesting. I'm trying to load it in with the developer tools open just to see if there's any error. Planning. And it is so odd. Now, one thing I have noticed, it's either a plugin I'm running. Maybe it's a plugin I'm running that's blocking stuff, but I don't see anything that was obviously blocked. It's a mystery. It's a mystery to me. Very, very weird. And like I say, I would take this with a grain of salt because like it's been working great on this browser, which is also based on Chrome, so don't know. Very strange. Oh, target name is none. Let's try it in here. Planning. Have you had a chance to see the comet? No, I didn't. And you got images of it this morning. That's great. How bright is it? Now, one thing about the comet is it's supposed to be, I think, in the next week or so, it's supposed to be getting higher over the horizon. But see this, maybe I need to hit search. So weird. So strange. But see, this says it's running. It says it's got M33. Target name. Planning. Coordinates. Let's try searching. That is so weird. Like I say, it might be a me problem. I've got so many plugins on this Chrome, and I don't use Chrome that often, so some of them might be old bad plugins or something that are doing weird things. So you were able to see it with the naked eye. That's slightly brighter than... Tried multiple times to get the comet with the Seestar, track it. How does it look though, where you are, Gary? It'll be visible early evening in a couple weeks. Yeah, I mean it's kind of swinging around the sun. And how much, for those who've seen it, how much before sunrise did you... Oh, Joe V, good night. Well, thanks for joining. Glad you were able to join. Oh, okay. Okay. You weren't able to find it visibly. Yeah, that's let me see that comet. I think that's the one. And of course, good luck seeing it in my backyard. So let me try. Yeah, it's really low. So 556. You must have you must have seen it just after it rose. Although that was like like a couple days ago. It would have been a bit better, or a few days ago. Yeah, it would have been really low. But Houston is incredibly flat, and the Houston area is incredibly flat. So if you don't have buildings around you, you can actually you can see down to the horizon. In some, like, depends on where you are. Yeah. Well, Alvin's practically Houston. I mean, it's like just south of Houston. Like, when I say just south, it's, yeah, it's greater Houston area. Yeah. Interesting. But yeah, it's like super low. But the good thing is, so it's going to be passing near the sun next week, like on the 10th. So let's look at it in the evening. So in the evening, oops, let me recenter target. Okay. Now, right, like here, the sun sets around 7:20. And on the 9th, it'll be too low. Like, here's the horizon. But then on the, like, by the 11th, it'll be, um, and the sun is setting earlier. So it's still a lot of sky glow at this point, but definitely by the, wow, like from day to day, it's rising 5 degrees. That's moving fast. Like at this point, I mean, at this specific time, it's 5 degrees, and then 24 hours later, it's 10 degrees above the horizon at the exact same time. So yeah, around the evening, it looks. I think around the evening, I had seen somewhere that around the evening of the 12th or 13th, it might be closest and brightest, but it's still going to be a lot of horizon kind of twilight glare. But definitely will be worth a shot in about a week, less than 2 weeks actually at this point. And a few, yeah, high cosmic ray. Um, I was mentioning earlier your point about wanting to about making it um, what do you call it? Have like better versioning and more friendly versioning. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's fair. You just kind of take a wide angle photo, which I need to do. I have, yeah, I need to try that. I've got my camera over over there, um, and test that out. Um, yeah, this is blurry. I feel like maybe not, but I think I need to refocus this one. Um, Let me go stop it. Hello, hybrid. Thanks for joining. So I'm going to stop imaging here. And did it actually stop? I think it stopped. Anyway, I'm going to go back to live view. And actually what I need to do is go to start. What I want to do is kick off a focus because I'd meant to do that before proceeding this evening. Okay, let's kick off the autofocus. And the other nice thing about this kind of this real-time update, it actually shows the position, the focusing position now for, you know, people who want to, who happen to know what the focusing position is of the Seestar. Okay, so we've got the Cocoon Nebula going. Let's figure out something else for this. Not going to be able to do California Nebula because that would be an early morning target. And let's see. Does anybody have any suggestions of things they want to try or target? Oh yeah, see, I feel like it's a little crisper now. Let's go. Let's go look at planning. See what we're going to use here. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that comment. Now, what do I want to look up? What things do we want to try to image here? Yeah, now it isn't a full kind of it's early days of that interface, but like for looking up and planning mosaics, it's amazing. And also just planning your evening, just knowing what kind of what the conditions are going to be like, it's really nice. You know, I'm still on the 13th here. Let me fix that to today. Okay, so definitely, if anybody has any suggestions of targets. Actually, so that one, let me see if this window is, okay. Let me see, what are some ideas for targets? I'm looking at this. Is that even visible here? Actually, I can use the planning page for this. NGC 3000. And it is not very visible here. Yeah, so no NGC 3000. Okay. Thanks for joining, Cheap Astro. And thanks for the that video. I'm definitely going to check that out. The one you did about creating a custom horizon. I need to redo my Stellarium horizon. Let's see. Looking at this list of Heart Nebula. Nah, I don't want to do a mosaic. Iris. See, some of these are all mosaic targets. And I don't want to, I've done the Deer Lick group plenty. I don't feel like doing, I don't want to do that one. Oh, NGC 300, not 3000. I don't even know if 300 will be visible. Oh, this is UTC time. Is that right? UTC time? So actually, it's pretty low. Yeah, it's too low. Okay, so not that. Let's try to figure something out. Let me look at Stellarium to figure out where we want to go. Sheet. Sheet. Sailboat. Oh, Wizard cluster. Wizard Nebula. Let me try doing the Wizard Nebula again. Because I think I got some data on that, but it was I need to do it again. And I think I might not have had subframes on it. I think the telescope might have. So let me go. We can look this up. 73, 80. And see what this looks like. And I'm going to image on this telescope. So is it 7380? Yeah, okay. Let me go back to live view here on this one. And I'll do 45 minutes of the wizard. Okay. So this should be running. And yeah, it's running. And it's starting to image, I think. No? Is it? That's always strange when it. I mean, I'm running like all kinds of. Oh. Yeah. Oh, this schedule still thinks it's running because I stopped it outside of the schedule. That's why. Okay, fine. NGC 7380. 45 minutes. And use a light pollution filter and start it. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of jumping around different parts of the interface. I need to stick to a lane. And one of the other things about that I know with the planning page, one of the things about the planning page is it you can kind of see all the panels, like it has kind of the mosaic planner, and then it has the sunrise, sunset, and you have the weather, and kind of where the object is above the horizon. Each one of those is kind of like a separate little kind of widget, and I think one of the thoughts is over time some of those widgets could be put on other screens. So kind of the sky view could be useful to put on other screens. For example, for showing kind of a bigger picture view of where the telescope's actually pointed without having to use something like Stellarium or some other tool. At least that's something that we had talked about. How much space is on this one? This one's down to 6 gig. This one has like all the space. After it ran out last time, I cleared it off. It's 53 gig. It's completely freed up. So let me go back to live view. Yeah. Yeah, some of this is, let's see how this is doing. They're both on different telescopes. It's very strange. I feel like this isn't, might be a bug. I need to take a look at that. There was some problems where, I mean, the problem is sometimes when I've developed this or worked on this, the stuff I've been working on, I have two telescopes. It was sometimes when I'm testing or developing, I only use one. And so then when I switch to two, it ends up kind of in a weird state, or certain things won't work. Like, why isn't this thing down here? Whereas down on this one, it's got like all this kind of, just activity of what the telescope's doing. But this doesn't have any of that. And it hasn't loaded any image yet either, which makes me wonder if there's some other problem going on with this one. Not the telescope itself, but the interface. 12 seconds since last live view. That's not very reassuring. Which one was saying that? Like, basically, I added some stuff where if it's not updating, like this isn't exposed in the front end, it should be, where it's like, oh, the telescope's slow. Because even when you're using the app, sometimes it seems to just kind of, like, is it updating? The preview screen will just take an inordinate amount of time to load. Okay, finally loaded. It took a minute, or 3 minutes, whatever. But yeah, okay. So this is the Wizard Nebula, so you can start seeing some of the nebulosity there. I don't know how long I wanted to let this one run. This one seems to be doing reasonably well. I mean, 200 frames and only 5 drops. It's not actually that bad. Kind of weird. Is that even an artifact or just interesting? But it's making progress. One thing, since it's during the work week, I try not to go too late on the live streams. Like on Friday and Saturdays, I'll go past midnight local time, but sometimes 2, 3 in the morning, sometimes. But since I have to get up at a not super early hour, but I try not to go too late. And that's one of the good things about the sun setting earlier, is that I can have longer live streams and still get to bed before midnight. Let me have a sip of water here. Having a hard time getting my words. Oh boy. I needed that. It's just water. But I mean, it's been clear here, but as a result, it's been a little drier, so I feel like my eyes are drier and everything else is. But yeah, so that's making progress. Oh, as a very strange aside, last live stream, if you were on, I was eating pizza, and not to make anyone and I'm not eating pizza today, but I had mentioned on the live stream that the name of the place was called Beetlejuice, and I said I didn't know if it was because I wasn't the one who ordered it. I wasn't sure if it was someone who was a fan of the people who were fans of the Star, or if it was people who were fans of Michael Keaton movies. Well, it turns out it was fans of the Star. I found out after the stream was over that the name of the place is Beetlejuice, and it's spelled like the star. Beetlejuice. And the specific pizza, some of their stuff is named after stuff on their menu. Some of it's named after like stars and some other things. Like the pizza I was actually eating was the Alpha Centauri, which I was like, see if I had known that, but it was noteworthy enough that I thought I'd mention it today. That the Alpha Centauri, but it's not that far from my house. It's let's see, do they have the oh, the menu? But yeah, they have two locations. It's a very local place. Oh, here we go. Alp. No, that's their drinks. That's their drinks. Never mind. Pizza. Hercules, Alpha Centauri, Ursa Major, Supernova. Anyway, so I thought that was kind of fun. Definitely, I'm going to try that place out again. Let's see. This is actually an hour out of date. So either the image hasn't refreshed because, or the telescope died, or I mean the camera died again. And I'm afraid the camera might have died. Dang it. Let's see. I can check real quick here. Oops, wait, why does it say it's offline? Hmm. Is this actually updating? Did I have another one of my network glitches? Wait, I did have one of my network glitches. What's funny is I think I'm live streaming just fine, but my laptop's having issues. That's not good. Okay, did it come back? Yeah, it does. It was really good. It was really good. It's like kind of one of those um smaller places, you know. Okay, there's some, so hopefully this isn't like a persistent problem, but yesterday our internet went down, or no, it was over the weekend. It went down at like, oh, I'm gonna do something here that might mess up some things, but hopefully it doesn't, because my streaming is theoretically separate from my internet. So, I mean, not my streaming. My streaming is separate from my computer. So, like, this laptop is not streaming. It's it's something else is doing the streaming. Let me see. It recovered, but for how long? It's very strange. Oh no, it's like dropping packets. Let me try switching, and hopefully this doesn't mess up things. I mean, the good thing is the stream should keep going. Okay. Okay. It's interesting. Like the wireless, it has like the 5 gigahertz and 2 gigahertz, and for some reason, sometimes the 5 gigahertz like loses its mind, and so I just have to switch, which I just did. So maybe the all sky camera isn't. Yeah, the all sky camera updated. So yeah. So it was purely, it was, okay. I said that and then it like is acting up. Yeah. I mean, since I redid the wireless, it's definitely been better, but it hasn't been perfect. It it says telescope 2, telescope 1 it claims to be, doesn't claim to have any issues, but oh no, both of them. Hold on. Maybe it got confused when I switched networks. Yep, it came up. So it was just, it's just a me network problem as usual. Just a different network problem than the one I historically had. Um, but yeah, that pizza was very good. But like I say, it's like one of those like little local places, and they have like drinks and stuff. I might have to go by there sometime because it's not too far away. I mean that, yeah, that's why they deliver. Um, okay, so it's coming along. Sorry for the network glitch. At least it didn't completely go down, unlike the other day when it completely went down. Let us see where we are. So these are going just fine. What else was there? I keep thinking there was like some other Beetlejuice. Yeah, because it's funny because on their FAQ for the restaurant, they even have an item with the Beetlejuice spelled like the movie, and said, yeah, they didn't name it that way because of the movie. Um, but people ask them a lot if they named it after the movie, and just change the spelling. But nope. Um, yeah, I'm trying to see what else there was. So this is imaging fine. I need to get another telescope. I mean, I clearly need another Seestar or something. Um, and actually, yeah, so I guess I could say, I forget the spiel. I forgot to say the spiel about if you haven't liked the video, please like it and 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 subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And I'd like to also thank people who have given support to the channel, either through subscriptions or buy me a coffee or super thanks. I also have affiliate links, the usual kind of things. It helps me. It definitely helps. But the other thing is, if you haven't joined the Discord server, feel free to. There's a link in the channel description. I should just drop that in the chat for people who want to join the Discord server. If you haven't already, it's a relatively friendly little server, and a few of us hang out there all the time. That sounded wrong. We hang out there all the time. I mean, I keep Discord running all the time, so it's easy enough. Actually, I need to make that a link. I don't think that was a link. Okay. But yeah, join the Discord server, and again, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. And I definitely need to get another telescope going. Although I don't know how I'd fit it all on one screen. I'd have, I guess I could, or I could kind of make this information a little more compact, and I could just like fill it up with stuff. Although that might be a bit much. Yeah, that probably would be too much. Although that would be, I could have one for targets that I had planned ahead of time, and then one for requests. Um, or like in the case where I did the mosaics, where I had multiple panels going off of one. And that's another thing. If anybody, I've asked this on a couple of live streams. If if anybody knows of any software that lets you live stack a mosaic, uh, let me know, because like there's plenty of software that, or there's several programs out there that will live stack, like ASTAP and Deep Sky Stacker, I think is what it is, and Cyril, and that worked fine. But I'd really like to be able to have multiple sea stars feeding a single mosaic and try to stack it in real time. Um, Although I think the issue we ran into, or the issue I ran into last a few streams ago, where I tried to live stack multiple telescopes, I ended up with terrible artifacts because the dark frames were different between the two of them. And so I think going forward, I'm going to live stack each telescope, or the next time I do something like that, I'm going to live stack each telescope and then try to live stack the live stacks, the stacked, the live stack of each telescope. But that might require some experimentation. But I'd really like to be able to do a mosaic live, because I think that would be cool. Another thing, I'm not sure if oh, hey, hi, Wiley Sight. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, one thing yeah, I've, like I say, I want to be able to do a live stack of mosaic. That would be cool. But one thing I thought is, if I can't find software that does it, I might have to roll my own, or at least not necessarily. Like I could script, I could automate the live stacking of each telescope, but then combining the two might not be a live kind of thing, but I could potentially do it in Python, because the images, the individual stacks would only update every couple seconds, or not couple seconds, every 10 seconds or more. And so it would only have to take those two images and combine them into a mosaic every 10 seconds. So it wouldn't be too bad. The thing I had looked at was, it wasn't Python stacking, because there is a library that does that. Python stack. Oh, stacking ensemble. Stack with Python. No, not that kind of stack. Photo image stacking. Problem is, tech terms end up getting overloaded. Or it's not a tech term. Well, I guess it is a tech term. Like a stack is a data structure, so that's a pure computer science term. But then stacking images is technical, but it's more of an photography, astronomy thing. But stacking images, automatic image stacking. And so they use, oh, and but see, this would be for the stacking. I don't need to do the stacking. But what I want to do is, what was it? Astronomy mosaic. Mosaic astronomical build. Of course, there's a library. General toolkit for reprojecting and mosaic astronomical images. And they even have it in a notebook. Well, that's cool. Astrometric mosaic astroline. Astro better. 2009. Which one was this? Astroline. It's a Python. And they even have an article in Science Direct. Nice. Why not? It does not rely on WC and instead matches 3-point asterisms. I think I've looked at this before. This sounds very familiar. Or somebody may have mentioned it. Somebody may have mentioned it on a Discord server or in the chat or something. But yeah, so this is what I was thinking of doing, is having something that kind of roll my own, because I have very specific things I want to do. Wow, look at the field rotation on this one. That is pretty bad, and it's only been going. Oh, it's been going almost an hour. That's why. Did I actually set a schedule on this, or oh, when you set a schedule, this is something that has come up, and I've mentioned it, and I know opinions are mixed on the utility of this, but I would like it where if I restarted kind of the back end, if it would kind of remember the schedule, or if it crashes and restarts, it would remember the schedule. The problem is I restarted the back end, and because of the network glitch, but so the schedule is gone, which means it started the imaging and it's not going to stop until I manually stop it, or it runs out of space or runs out of battery. So let me go stop it. Stop it. Stop. And actually what I need to do, I'm just going to do it. I just said I wasn't going to do much live coding, but I'm going to just go ahead and do it. I am going to go to live scenery where I had this button. And then if I go to live star mode, no, live star, that one. And so let's see, I've got this preview and stack don't currently do anything here, so I'm gonna comment this out, and I'm gonna put this here, and let's see. That's how you do it. I got a big live stop button here now that'll stop the exposure. Cool. Nice. So easy enough. Now what do let's go to the handy dandy planning page, and let me look at my list. Although I just realized one of the things I won't be able to look up is, oh, hello Turf. How's it going? Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, sorry. What was I going to look up? One thing I was wondering is, do I want to go ahead and try Pluto? Now, I'm not sure. Let's see if this does non-deep sky objects, because it might not, which is fine. I mean, this is still experimental. I mean, it's already amazing, but yeah. So let me go look at. I'll do it this way with Stellarium. What? I guess my notes are old because it said after 10 p.m. I can look at it, and it's like not even 10 p.m. and it's already not visible any. Oh, yeah. Oops. Oh well. So much for that one. So after 9 p.m. going forward. actually. So I'm gonna, oops, I'm gonna look up the Helix Nebula. Helix. Okay, that's still not visible. Okay, in less than an hour it'll be visible. So I think that'll be my last target on this scope for the night. Or actually, maybe I'll do it on this one. Actually, what I wanted to do on, I will do that after 11. Pluto is out. Any suggestions on targets? This one, I think I'm going to, no, I'll keep this one going for a bit. Actually, yeah, I'll wait to see if anybody has any suggestions, because one thing I want to get more time on is the Fishhead Nebula, IC 1795, which I can look up here, 1795. And yeah, so you can kind of see the fish head. So I'll be doing that one. I can start doing that one. But if there's other suggestions, I'm definitely open to other target ideas before I kick off one of those. And then on this one, yeah, the helix won't be for another hour or so, maybe a little less. But the fish head, yes, Seiko. Thanks. Hello there, and thanks for joining. Yeah, this is the all new planning page. So like you go in, it's feature flagged again with like the experimental flag. So if you're using live view, you have to, you'll have it with the latest code, but it's under planning, and so I was looking up IC 1795. And you can specify, like, you want to see what the framing looks like, 50% overlap. And if I zoom in, I can see now the Fish Nebula is kind of part of the complex where the Heart Nebula is. So you can make a kind of figure out how many panels you need to capture the whole thing. Right now you have to click copy to clipboard, and then you can paste in the coordinates. It doesn't, I mean, it's still very early days, but it's already kind of cool. And it's got, or very cool, and it's got like the target visibility curve for your current location. It's got the sunrise, sunset, twilight times, and it's got like clear sky information, and it figures out based on your coordinates which one to pull up. And there's actually a couple other ones that I commented out in my local copy. Yeah. It's the things move fast. Actually, yeah. Thanks, Gary. Thanks so much for joining, and thanks for everything. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. I'm glad you were able to join tonight and see all the latest bells and whistles. Thanks, and have a good night. And but yeah, if you look at, let me planning. Let me put back the stuff that I had commented out. Oops. And then I commented out all this. And like I say, I only did it because I only needed astrospheric. Oops. And oops. Forgot which IDE I was using for a second there. So I reloaded it, and see, it has astrospheric, but it also has these other ones, clear dark sky and clear outside. And one thing Joe V had said is one of the things that's on his list is to be able to specify what panels you want on here. So maybe wherever you are, or for personal preference reasons, you're more of a clear dark sky fan, you could turn off astospheric and clear outside. Or if you prefer clear outside, you could turn off the other two. Um, I like all three of them. I'm just most used to astospheric, so that's why I kind of, since I have it in my editor, I just kind of manually um, turned him off. But he was like, the plan is to make it kind of configurable, and it'll remember your, when you come back in, that you only want astospheric. Um, so that's on the list. So when is the comet? Um, Chris makes that, who was who's in the chat. He was able to see it a few days ago, and he lives like nearish to me, like 20-30 miles away. And so he was able to see it early in the morning near the or just before sunrise near the horizon. It'll be visible in the afternoon here, probably around the 12th, maybe the 11th, 12th, 13th, getting into that point. Into those days, it'll be kind of high enough above the sky. Have you been able to see it, Seiko, or image it? But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. That'll be cool. I haven't actually. I did see a comet recently, but for the most part, I haven't gone after. I mean, mostly because I'd have to go somewhere, and again, my skies are terrible. Yada yada yada. It's funny. Oh, that's a bummer. It is funny. I'm like, oh, I don't want to go. I have to drive somewhere and see the comet or whatever. And then I ended up driving to like 2,000 miles to go see the solar eclipse. Well, 2,000 miles each way. So I'm not consistent. I guess. Are there any suggestions before, or I'm gonna go ahead and get this one imaging on the Fishhead Nebula? Any target ideas? And with keeping in mind that I'm not really wanting to do mosaics tonight. Oh, 20-second frames. Good luck with that. I'm curious how it works for you, because I know there's people who do the 20-second frames, and yeah, if you have equatorial mode, it works much better. But even then, I'm kind of curious from a noise point of view, like a sky noise point of view. Color text on the info. Where is this? Okay, sorry. Distracted by Discord. Oh, Gary Z joined. Dang it. Gary Z joined Discord. What was that about colorful text? Oh, I'm on the wrong channel. No, I don't know. But yeah, there's oh, I wonder if it's when I was. Yeah, I'm not sure. Where specifically the colorful text? I mean, it's quite possible that it's something that because there's so many people adding stuff, a lot of times I'll miss things. Like, I feel like every time, and like there's been some config screen changes. That's a relatively new one too. This one right here. um, which is nice because you can edit some of the settings now without having to go edit the config file, which is I'm really looking forward to. I'm glad the screen is there now, especially when I'm working with my Raspberry Pi, especially if I'm doing a live stream or if I'm working, controlling it from my phone. I don't have to try to log into it remotely and run an editor. I can just do it through the web interface, and it causes, like, some of the things won't take effect immediately, but a lot of them will. So, um, or maybe they all do. I think it does some kind of restart internally. Um, I'm not going to restart it right now, but so NGC 381 planning. Yeah, the only thing, the main thing that's missing for me in this, and I don't know if we'll add it. I need to talk to Joe V about this, but it would be nice if I could figure out my horizon. If some 281. Oh, 281. Yeah. I should be able to 280. I think I can do 281. 281. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't get too high in the sky. So yeah, let's do 281. NGC 281. That's a good one. Pac-Man Nebula. So right now you have to copy the coordinates, but I think one of Jovi's next priorities is to basically have a one click where it'll just add it to the schedule. But in the meantime, I'm going to just go in here manually and, well, not completely manually. And I'll do 30 minutes or 45 minutes because I'll probably be stopping this one soon. We'll see. Submit. Schedule. This is running. Go live view. But 20 frames, one dropped with 20-second frames. That's not bad. One thing I need to, the other night I was doing some tests with, it was with or actually it was last night. It was with the Fish Head Nebula, the IC 1795, and I was getting a very low reject rate, like one frame or just a handful of frames over almost 200. But I think it was just purely rotation based. But the one thing I did, it was another target I was doing. I was pointing both telescopes at the same target, and I was getting a very low drop frame rate, but it was always at the dither increment. So like every 15, it's the default isn't the default is much lower for the Seestar software. It's like 5 or something like that, but you can configure it in SSE. And so I personally set mine to 15. So every 15 frames, it does this dither. And I noticed it was like dropping frames only at the 15, multiples of 15. And between the two telescopes, it was almost every 15th frame, it was either one or the other or both. Now, one thing is it doesn't always pick up the images. So let me hit reload here. 25. Yeah, I may want to increase that to something like that. Let me see. This is telescope. This is telescope B. And do I see anything? Yeah, I mean, so that's the argument for greatly increasing dither is that telescope itself, its tracking isn't, like you see these mounts where, especially like where the errors like in the arc second range. Yeah, not so much with the Seestar. Um, it definitely isn't that accurate. So one of the things when the imaging kind of would stop working, you would always have to restart the back end, restart the software. But I have it now where if I kind of just go away for a few seconds, it realizes I'm not looking at the page, and so then I go back. And hopefully this time it'll actually load. Yeah, I need to just, some people have been asking me to go ahead and just commit the changes I've been making. Okay. I think it's finally now. Telescope A is sending images. Is telescope B going to send an image? Or is it just keeping it to itself? It's very strange. Yeah, one of the things I want to try to do is figure out how to use HTTP2, which doesn't have that 6 connection limit, because I think that's what I personally am running into, where I have too many. Oh, it should start. I saw a subscription on the B telescope, so it should start showing up. What's interesting, so it's up to 20 frames. It'll be interesting to see if it ends up dropping a frame at 15. I mean at 30. That would be interesting. It claims it's getting data. I mean, this one particularly is supposedly. And I don't know why the image isn't loading. Yeah, there's obviously some stuff that still needs to be sorted with that. But yeah, so it's up to this one's is definitely having more difficulty with drop frames. But this one is doing pretty well. But let's see. It's very strange. Oh, there we go. Finally loaded. Finally. It was about time. It took its time. Okay, cool. So, will it drop a frame at 30? We shall know shortly. Yeah, one of the things, like I had the RA and declination. I mentioned this. I'm just pointing it out again. There was RA declination, these coordinates, and they update pretty frequently. And then I had another. Some of this information was in a separate box, and it would update every 5 seconds. But I combined them too, so now they're semi-real time, like every like once or twice a second. It sends the information. But yeah, so that's going along. It didn't drop a frame, which is cool. Cool. Making progress. This one I'm probably going to stop. It actually, the field rotation on this one hasn't been too bad. Like compared to that other image that was over here, which was definitely rotating a lot more. This isn't too bad. One thing I need to check is if I'm saving dropped frames, because when the telescope, yeah, actually, I need to check on this one. I hope I didn't. I thought I turned it back on. Okay, I didn't turn it on. Save failed subframes. Like when the telescope runs out of space, safety tip, when the telescope runs out of space, it's good to check some of your settings, especially the ones having to do with saving frames, because I feel like that's it ends up shutting off a bunch of stuff to try to conserve space. Of course, let's see if this messes up the live view. Doing it on the fly, I would hope not, but you never know. I'm going to leave this one. Yeah, I'll go ahead and save it. Hopefully it won't mess it up. And let's go back to live view. And, oh, this one's actually up to 41 frames without dropping anything. Again, it's weird. It's like, has using two different browsers, I think so, because before I went live, I had, like, I was having some major issues where the image wasn't, like, it wasn't even the loading screen. The loading screen requires a request and something to come back from the server. That's all coming from the server. I was having issues where, like, I had the two of them in the same browser, and like one of the images wasn't loading at all. Like, it was just totally like gone, or like this little status screen wasn't updating. It was just not responding. So I think it did help, which, to be fair, most people are only going to be using one telescope. So it's, which is maybe why I seem to always run into this issue. And I hadn't really heard I haven't heard as many complaints from other people. Like if it broke as often for other people as it breaks for me, I have a feeling I'd be hearing more about it. But I don't. Oh, see, look. Oh, that's interesting. It didn't break at a multiple of 15, so it dropped before that because it had gotten past 30. I mean, it normally doesn't work that it normally doesn't drop on increments of 15, but like there was one night where both of them were only dropping on a specific target at increments of 15. Yeah, well, that could also be it. But even then, I feel like I'd hear more from like you or Joe V if it was breaking more often. Um, and even if somebody has multiple telescopes, they aren't necessarily monitoring all of them at the same time. Like they might be switching between them, and that's fine because you're only doing requests. Like this is 3 requests at a time, and then if you try to do anything, like that could be a 4th request, which is still fine. But when I have it all in one browser, and if you're switching between browsers, it's fine. I mean, switching between telescopes, it's fine. But if you're trying to do it all in one browser and have multiple telescopes, I think that's a fundamental problem. So I guess that's part of the reason why it hasn't been the highest thing on my list to fix, just because it's as they say, it's a me problem, perhaps. um, yeah, that's true. That's true. And speaking of the S30, has anybody considered getting one? Has the pricing even come out for that yet? Where was that? Let me. I'm gonna switch to my primary window here. I'm going to try. Of course, it's not cooperating. Let me try something real quick. Primary. Okay. The network latency is a thing. November 1st. Oh, for the image display. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, some of it's fundamentally unavoidable. And then some of it's like heavily dependent on your network. One thing I had experimented around on my I'd experimented with on my local version is when you're doing like the streaming modes, like the scenery mode or sun mode or star mode. The Seestar itself, the Seestar software itself uses TCP, and originally I had it using TCP, which basically it's more reliable, but if the network is slow, it kind of the images get behind a bit, or they can get behind. Whereas it also supports UDP, where you can end up with drop frames, but it theoretically should be able to, like, if it drops, it's not going to try to re-request it. Anyway, long story short, I've been experimenting around with that on my network to try to see if that helps with the latency. I should do a test of like have one in UDP mode, one in TCP mode, and see if that makes a difference, like in scenery mode. But what I was, yeah, only pre-order date. Okay, for November 1st. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, it was funny. I was looking at the Facebook page. I almost never go to Facebook, and I looked at the Facebook page, and it was like, I think it was like literally the first comment. People they were like, I want something better than the S50. I don't want kind of a cheaper S50. Oh, okay. Move the mount location. Signal strength drops, so it started locking up more. Yeah, yeah. The S50, S30. Yeah, It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Let me try to open this. Okay. Yeah. So like, I wasn't. I didn't want to click on a link that goes to my Facebook because it's just. I just don't want to go to my Facebook. I mean, I don't even like going to my Facebook, um, but like here's the um, kind of what it's going to look like. And it's got a dual lens, so it's got I guess a little wide angle lens there, kind of like the dwarf telescopes, smart telescopes do. It looks like a mini Seestar. I mean, like a mini S50, but yeah, we'll see what the pricing is like. I mean, unfortunately, part of me is curious to get one, not for my own use, but for you guys, so I can try to help others get this software working with it, or seeing if it's even possible. Like that would be the other thing, is it even possible? Um, Although, didn't people say that like the existing app might support the new telescope, in which case it probably will have similar behavior internally, in which case, yeah, we'll see. But part of me is kind of interested in getting one just for the sake of being able to see if it works with the software and just see what we can get away with it, you know? Yeah. Of course that's the problem, like if it ends up like really stripped down, um yeah, that would be kind of a bummer. That would be kind of a bummer. But then again, part of me is like, okay, well, maybe, or now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I pre-order it, and then if I don't like it, I return it. I don't know. Um, or if I can't get it to work with the software, I return it. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I'm intrigued by it. Yeah, turnkey EAA. Yeah, although they run the risk of. I mean, just trying to think about the marketing of it. If you want to pick up a telescope and you're relatively new to the hobby, and you don't necessarily know, and they advertise and you hear about this smart telescope and you're like, okay, cool, I'll get one of these, not necessarily knowing what constraints it has. But then, like, in these days, would it be problematic if they intentionally kind of restrict it, and then anybody who is more experienced is just gonna, like like would there end up being too much negative social media information out there where they'd have headwinds selling it if they try to simplify it too much? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of curious what is involved in it, or what it can do, but kind of the jury's out on it. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. What problem would it solve for me? Because part of me is like, and that this is the reason why I was looking at the dwarf. Would I want something with a wider field of view for taking photos of some of these targets? But the problem is, if it's at the, having a smaller aperture and perhaps a worse sensor, or even if it's the same sensor just with a smaller aperture, like, is that really a trade-off I want? Especially since I can do mosaics. Um, I could do mosaics with the native Seestar app if I was on the latest version, or I could do it with SSC. Well, and I do it with SSC. So would it really buy me anything? And is the Seestar S50 that big? No. I mean, I've traveled with it. Not flown with it, but I've driven a lot of places with it because it's so small. Um, so I don't know. I don't know if it solves any problems. I don't think it does that I have. I mean, I do like the idea of the second camera, but just for framing things, or not framing, but knowing if I'm kind of generally pointing the right direction, kind of like a viewfinder. But I don't know. That wouldn't be the reason to buy it for me. Take one for the team. Well, that's you know what? Maybe I should make that a challenge. If I get 5 new YouTube subscribe members or something, I'll pre-order the S30 or something like that. Um, Maybe I'll do that. I'll make it like a challenge on my live streams. It's like, join this so I can get the S30 and see if it's worth it for you to get the S30. Yeah, the Dwarf 3. I mean, I've heard really good things about the Dwarf 3. Yeah. I mean, that is a good point. I feel like, yeah. I mean, I could see it both ways. But if they, but the ASI Air, on the other hand, is kind of like a different, like, it tends to target more complex setups. And I could see it. I mean, because, like, would it even be worth dumbing it down? Like, if they, if because of a smaller package, smaller optics, if they could bring in the S30 at, say, like $300 or something, you know, would they really need to cut corners on, like, the software already is written for the S50, and it looks to have the same kind of design, with a swinging arm. Now, would they cut corners on the CPU where maybe it couldn't handle it? Like, would they cut it back to a smaller arm, like a cheaper ARM chip that has less, or one that has less memory and less storage, where, or at least less memory, like where it couldn't run what's running on the S50 now? Like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. And they're, well, like the auto imaging feature in the S50, where when you go to an image, it would just, when you would, in the newer versions where you just go, when you would pick go to a target and it would just automatically start recording, which I could see that for being useful for people who are just getting started with it, but to make that the default was definitely frustrating. And one of the biggest reasons why I haven't updated either one of any of mine. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Stack from both cameras, that would be interesting. I like that. If I get 10,000 likes, yeah, I'm not going to get 10,000 likes on this. Uh, but yeah, I mean, maybe I should set that as a target to help offset the cost. You know, if enough people subscribe, or you can give super thanks, or super chats, stuff like that. You know, that maybe if I did a bit of a fundraiser on that. Like I say, not going crazy with it. You know, I don't, I wouldn't turn it down if people threw in enough money to buy one, but just to defray the cost of it. Mostly the only reason I even mention is because like I still have some other gear I want to buy um for my other rigs. Like especially the one I've mentioned multiple times, a new Astro camera. Um, and I don't want to kind of, and then I, and then, kids, like I got a message from one of my kids, like, hey, would you be willing to consider buying me a laptop for Christmas? I'm like, yeah, you don't have, like, the stuff you have isn't that up to date, but it's like, oh, I mean, you can get cheap laptops, but still, I'm like, anyway, got other expensive. Yeah. Yeah, the imaging on AutoGo 2 might have been aimed at the S30. Yeah. And I wonder, yeah, like the point um about this using the second camera, I do wonder if they have any logic in the existing firmware and for the S50 where they're starting to kind of do something with that. I don't know what they would do with that. It would be interesting. It'll be interesting to see when it comes out. Um, Probably nothing like too earth shattering, but still might be interesting. Yeah, no saving of individual frames. All images will be returned from their global. Yeah, I mean that's like the classic tech lock-in, move of trying to push people to use, use kind of their own walled garden. But it'll be interesting. I mean, it is, yeah, I mean, that could increase the uptake on it, or it would force the uptake of it. But yeah, hard to say. I mean, you could get, yeah, a lot of thoughts of like, oh, maybe monetizing their audience more. I mean, their users more. Um, Now, what's interesting, the no saving of individual frames, if it has any kind of API level controls like the S50, that can be worked around. Like kind of like what I've been doing, where I turn the preview time up to 10 seconds and just save all the frames coming out off the telescope, and then manually engaging the dark filter and then saving out dark frames, which I don't know if I showed that. I don't know if I showed that, but no, I don't, uh, yeah, I'm not gonna do it. But basically I made some changes in the code at some point where it looks at the filter state and it will save the frames uh, when it's saving frames locally SSC, it'll save it like it'll save the dark files in a directory called darks and the lights in a directory called lights at the same level. So like you point it at a directory and it'll save them up, appropriately, the darks and the lights, which would kind of allow us to, if they had that level of API control where you could just kind of work around it. Okay. Dark Shades, thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Have a good evening. Yeah. I'm not going to go super late tonight, but I'll definitely stop before midnight, but it's only 10:30 here, so I do probably need to take a sip of water though. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Like the one on the left has such an abysmal drop rate. Is it actually getting any new frames or is it just dropping now? But the one on the right is like not dropping many frames at all. Oh, that's probably why. It's over an hour. I should stop this one. And since I added this new stop button during the stream, I should just stop that. Okay, so that one's done. I'm going to go ahead and, what time is it? I think Helix might be, that's not going to be for a while. So what I'm going to do on this one is I'm going to go change my dither interval to 25 seconds. Unfortunately, the monitor I use that goes on stream is half the time it's behind my laptop screen, which is why sometimes you see me like save that. 15% fail rate. That's a lot worse than you usually get, isn't it? Like you usually don't get that kind of fail rate. So I'm gonna go image, and I'm gonna go ahead and do fish head. Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads. 40 minutes. We'll just do 40 minutes. I'm not gonna go crazy with it. And make sure the schedule is running. Oh, wow. 2% on 10-second frames. Yikes. But see, that points to the whole thing about dithering. Like, do you really need to dither when the mount... That might not be why you're getting that rejection rate, but I'm sure that's probably why you're getting that rejection rate. It's just the mount can't track. Maybe add stop and restart. Are you talking about like a button to or continue? Is that what you're... Or restart as in, oh, restart? Is that what you're saying? Oops. I keep doing that. I keep going to image because I want to see the image, but I really mean to go to live to see the live view. And I don't know why I keep doing that. Mental misfire. I really need to just spend a lot of time. Oh, wow, that was fast. I mean, the live view came up fast. And you can see the beginning of the nebula there. Yeah, I think because the problem is I don't I either don't have energy or I'm live streaming. And so really I have to have clear skies and enough energy and not be live streaming where I can make changes. But I'll get there. And maybe I just need to commit the code and some other people will fix some of it. Although there was one feature one change I wanted to make to it before I do that. So, but theoretically I don't need to wait for, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that stop, recenter, start. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's one thing I've thought about as kind of ways of improving the workflow or adding features that are kind of workflow oriented. And I know I don't know if it was purely that, but I think some of the changes Wiley Sites made were to help with equatorial mount. And here's something I don't know if I showed this on a live stream that I've been kind of messing around with. I think I have. I added this console. And it's basically I have implementations of some of the commands where it's basically sending kind of whatever the back end sends. And I haven't added it yet, but one thing I want to add is the ability to send just arbitrary JSON or arbitrary commands to the server. I mean to the server, to the telescope. So that way you can kind of use it to experiment with it and try new commands without using other tools or writing code. And like this actually sent a command to the Seestar to get the status. I'm not going to run some of these other ones, but like I added the start and stop imaging, and this actually does change the gain on the sensor. That actually does work. I think I did actually use it recently. But then I got this thought, of course, then I start thinking where I was like, it's not the way it's written now, but the way I wanted to change this, it could potentially be like a scripting language or something where you could have a series of kind of commands that you could run in a certain order for a certain workflow. I don't know. It was a thought. And actually, what was it? I hate to. Lupa, of course. Lupa. The only reason I was thinking Lua just now is it's used a lot of times for extension languages, and instead of having like your own interpreter, you just leverage something that already exists. But anyway, this is a project to work on once I get imaging kind of sorted out. But it's yeah. This has actually got a pretty good drop frame rate considering I'm in alt azimuth mode. And this one is, look at this, 25 frames, 0 drops. That's crazy. Yeah, jump to next target. Yeah, actually. Yeah, like ideas, like restart target, maybe continue target. And you could also do, what do you call it, next target? Something like that. Yeah. Hi, Chris. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, I mean, this isn't. It's a group of a number of people have worked on this. So it's. I mean, I've contributed a decent amount to it, but I'm certainly not the only one. I mean, just like again, like the new planning page is really it's thinking. 'Cause, but like this is all new, uh, and I had zero to do with it, so it's pretty cool. A lot of neat stuff getting added to this. I it's good for me. I enjoy it. I enjoy getting to use all this stuff that people keep adding to it, and and actually it's interesting because I have not used the Seestar app in days or a few weeks even. I forget. It's been a while. Like I'm able to do everything I need to do with this. And someone added the ability to look up planets. Uh, so like it had deep sky objects, but it didn't have an ability to look at planets. That was added, and I've used it a couple times to image Pluto. Actually, I used it the other day for Neptune as well. Like it wasn't on a live stream, but I was like, oh, Neptune's visible, and so I plugged it in here, and sure enough, it was in the center. No, it's fine. I like the suggestions. I mean, it kind of goes in the backlog, you know, like we have a lot of suggestions, but I mean, it makes sense. It all makes sense. Like giving more control. Oh yeah. Glad well, welcome. Glad you glad you're here. And and so yeah, it's I mean, this is being developed rapidly, and it can have some rough edges, but we've like there's been lots of work to kind of make it a smoother experience. And then like if people have questions, you know, I've uh, there's a couple of Discord servers where the discussions happen, and I've had people direct message me in Discord and help them sort through some things. So yeah, it's and it's nice. It lets you kind of, I know I don't do it as much, especially because I'm doing live stream, and I just kind of, you know, do things kind of on the fly. But Wiley Site, he who's on in the chat, he does an entire evening of schedule. Like he'll go into the scheduler and he'll schedule, you know, a bunch of targets. He'll do mosaics of Andromeda. He's gotten like hours of exposures for each for multi per panel for multi-panel mosaics of the Andromeda galaxy. And just it runs for like he'll get 9 hours of runtime on his Seestar, and then at the end it just shuts itself off because that's also a scheduled command. Um, like you can go wait until a given time, wait for a certain amount of time, manually trigger autofocus, go to a specific target or image a specific target, and you can specify how long, and you can schedule a shutdown, turning on and off the light pollution filter, the dew heater. One thing people have been talking about, I don't think it's been implemented yet. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know it was variable power. Because I don't think that like the app, it's just on or off, right? That's the cool thing. Like there's controls under the hood that the app doesn't expose that we're able to expose. But yeah, like one thing we talked about, speaking of wish list items, is if you have an internet connection, you theoretically could the server could go check like the current conditions wherever you are, and if the temperature or the dew like gets too close to the dew point or something, it could automatically kick on the dew heater, so you wouldn't have to turn it on like for the whole night. You could just have it turn itself on when it or the software would turn it on the telescope when necessary. I know some people have kicked around that idea, and I mean, especially now that yeah, I think they were actually looking at weather APIs, so it could figure out where you are and then see what the current conditions are and then turn on the dew heater. Yeah. Yeah. And so speaking of Discord, thanks Seiko. You're the what is it? The hype You're doing the hype train for the channel. But I'll drop the link in for people who want to join the Discord server. Um, yeah, so port forwarding to control and view remotely. That's we've talked about that. Um, yeah, it should be doable because if you go look at the um, I mean, there's a couple different ways you could do it. The config file, you can specify an IP address, so you could have this software running on your um, wherever you are, like it's on your laptop, and you could have this IP point to your telescope, and I mean, you could do you could punch a hole through the through your firewall and just point at the IP of your firewall. Um, you could, or you could run this software on your home network where the telescope is, and then connect to it, over the internet, connect to the web interface, and have port forwarding. But the one thing I've been meaning to test out, but I mean, it should be doable because I've used it for some other devices. I use Tailscale a lot, which is it's a commercial peer-to-peer kind of. It's based on WireGuard VPN. Um, if you use for like personal use, it's free. And it's effective. It's a good business model because I use it for free at home, but I've worked at places where I had them buy it, like for business purposes, because I liked it so much at home use. But one thing you can do, there's things you could do with the networking where since it is kind of like a peer-to-peer thing, you can point to the IP address of a specific computer by its kind of VPN IP. But you can't do that with the Seestar because you can't, well, unless you rooted it or something, you can't run the Tailscale on the software. But anyway, long story short, I've configured it where you can have it forward remote networks. And I've tried that, and I was able to connect to a non-VPN IP, a device like an IoT device on my home network over the VPN without having to do any. I mean, you can do it by hand, but it was nice to be able to do it with just like a configuration switch. And actually when I start, like I had it running, and you have to set up saying allow, local network access. And I did that. So you could potentially do that. And then you're not punching holes in your firewall. It's all running over your kind of own VPN network, which is redundant. It's like ATM machine VPN network, virtual private network. Anyway, so that's one thing I've been wanting to try out. I should do something with that. I should write something up on that. And I'd actually been looking at I mean, this is going off even deeper in the weeds, but there'd been discussion about, because there's this new feature, federation, that was recently added, where where a subset of functionality is visible through federation. And like, since I have two Seestars, I could enter a schedule item here and it would get sent to, like, if I go look at schedule, and I go pick image. Was it image? Am I in the right place, or is it just mosaic? Okay, mosaic. So in the case of mosaic, where you're doing multiple panels, when I enter something in the federated version, it'll send it. I mean, it'll work with image too, but it'll send the same thing, the same target to all the telescopes. And if you're doing mosaic, you can check this box and it will split each panel of the mosaic across multiple telescopes. So if you have a 9-panel mosaic and you have 3 sea stars, it'll distribute it. But since this is in place, there's been some talk about, well, could you set it up where you're kind of pooling sea stars that you don't necessarily control, but like everybody kind of pools, like 10 people get together and kind of pool their sea stars, and then you drive it all through this, and then you could really start imaging, like getting a lot of data from a lot of, you know, and or if certain people have much better skies than I do, for example. There's a lot of possibilities that wouldn't, of just being able to remotely control things. Yeah, yeah, no, thank you, Seiko. I need to, no, I know. Uh, yeah, no, because I know Seiko is located in a very distant, very, very far from where I am, which is in Houston, Texas. And one day, we actually pulled up Seiko's Seestar, but through the app using screen sharing, and I was able to pull up the Seestar app remotely, which was kind of fun because it's night here, and it was like daylight there, and I was able to view that, and I also had like a night view, and that was live, and I wondered if somebody would have joined the stream at that moment. It's like, how do you have both the sun up live and and uh and some like deep sky object at the same time? Like, what is this? It's like, those are both live. It's just not clearly in the same location. Um, no, that's a good point, Cosmic Array. And as I'm talking through some of these things, like that was one of the things I was writing a note about, like, you know, because these things, like, it's been kicked around on Discord, like on different Discord servers, where I've either been kind of party to the conversation or I've seen other people discussing this. But there's no visibility into a lot of that unless you just happen to have been there at that moment. And a lot of interesting ideas and different use cases and stuff, but that isn't, yeah. It needs to not be part of our oral tradition. We need to write it down. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. I agree. Thank you. Thanks for what do you call it? Helping prod me in that direction. And yeah. I mean, I hadn't thought of like it to that extent, but that it would make sense. Yeah, just do it. Yeah. No, I need to. Maybe that's what I'll work on after I'm done with the live view. Before I take on any more code, maybe I should take on some of that kind of stuff, write down some of these things. I mean, not that I have the ideas, it's just that I've heard a lot of the conversations and then just talking through things on the live stream. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, and it's all part of making, and like I'll look at some open source projects, and I feel like we're kind of in between, where I'll see ones where it's just like you're on your own. And then I'll see these others that have just amazing documentation, and the product is great, and it just seems very polished and comprehensive. And I feel like, yeah, Yeah. I mean, that would be kind of my aspiration of trying to get to that point, because yeah, there's a lot, like a wide variety of experiences of both from an astronomy and a technical point of view of people who've looked at this, and so ideally have as big of a tent as possible and make it as easy as possible. You know, reduce friction, or if you want to try something out or just want to try something different. What? Oh, I'm still on Federation. Live view doesn't work in Federation. Um, oh, did this? I guess I set it for a fixed time and it's already NGC 281 is done. And actually just in time, because Helix, the Helix Nebula should be visible. So let us do that. And let me look at the planning screen just because I like the planning screen. I wonder how flexible Helix Nebula, will it actually take a name like this? Oh, it did. Nice. I wasn't sure how, if it takes like the full what do you call it, the Simbat kind of lookup. But no, that's good. That's great. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to image next. So image, and actually I'm going to just try it right here too. See if that works like that instead of going with the NGC number. Yeah, what do you know? How many do I want to do it? How long will it be visible? See, this is the one thing that will keep bringing me back to Stellarium until what? I said 11 and it's almost, oh, wait. Okay, no. It was ahead by an hour. Okay, fine. Okay, cool. Panic there. The one thing that's going to keep bringing me back to Stellarium is that I kind of rely on this horizon a lot. Now, that's probably more a symptom of my terrible skies, but it's what it is what it is. So, actually, before I do this, let me go look at the stats here. Oh, okay. This is the one I freed up all the space. So it's still got 50 gig. No problem. No problemo. Okay, go. M31. I'm going to try it on this one. I don't know how long did I have the fish head? I don't know if I want to do that for the full 40 minutes. To be fair, this specific target I've imaged a lot. So let's go back to here, live view. Okay. Okay. So auto do. The drop rate on this has been really good. Yeah. 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 I mean, it is a fast moving target. The problem is like so many people have ideas that like yeah, it's just when you think, "Oh, yeah, once we get X done," and then it's like, "Oh, how about this other big feature Y?" And it's like, "Oh, that's a great idea." And yeah, it's fine. We'll get there. Um okay, so I'm going to go ahead and stop this. I've gotten a decent amount of data. Like I say, I've been imaging the Fishhead Nebula a lot recently, so I'm just going to stop this here. And I'm going to go, actually, let me take advantage of this handy dandy planning thing. I want to just see where it is. I'm just kind of forcing myself to try to use this instead of, oh, nice. I want to force myself to use it before, sometimes it doesn't, the chat doesn't dismiss. Okay. Did I break it? Oh, you know what? I wonder if that was part of the problem. Planning. Did that work? Did I break it? Again, I still have that 6 connection issue, unless I broke it in other ways. No, still running. Yeah, who knows? So I'll leave this for now. Wait, let me go live. Oh, that was fun. Then again, that software crashes all the time, so at least on my computer it does. Like, this is loading. Why isn't it letting me navigate off the screen? Anyway, so let us go to image, sorry. Okay, M30. Oh, M31. Sorry, I was thinking M33. Let me do M31. M31 should be fine. Now, that is the Andromeda Galaxy, so actually now that this finally got off that screen, so let's go look at this. So we can go M31. You can see we're only going to get the core of it, but that's fine. We'll go ahead and do that. I haven't actually imaged that M31 may have actually been the first target I imaged with my first Seestar when I got it almost a year ago. I think that might have been the first thing I pointed it at. I don't know why, but that might have been the first thing where I was like, oh, Andromeda's up. I should image that. I'll try 30 minutes. Do I want to go longer? I'll do 30 minutes. No, I'll do 45 minutes. I can always stop it if I want to. So M31, and then I'll go live, and then we'll go back here, go live on this, see where it is. Let me look at the schedule here. Wait. Oh, this happened before. I stop it one way, but it didn't stop the schedule. So I need to re-enter this. Did I stop that? Okay, it says stop stacking. Okay, fine. So I go there and then go back to image. I could have done it on that screen, but I did it on this screen. So, oh, show a quick mosaic? Okay. Of M31? Okay. Well, let's try this. So let's go planning and M31. And I'll do, I don't know if I want to do 3x3. Let me try 3x3, 50% overlap. And it's not going to be perfect. The main problem is some of these tools are a little off because they're, what do you call it? It's like a lot of the tools are for equatorial mosaics, which if you run your Seestar in equatorial mode, which isn't supported, but it's easy enough to do, get a wedge mount, put it on there, do some alignment steps, and you're good to go. If you do equatorial mosaics, it's a lot like these tools are a lot more accurate as far as showing where where the frames are going to be, and also not having to deal with field rotation of each panel. So you end up having to do like 50% overlap if you're doing an alt azimuth mosaic. Otherwise, you end up um, like the panels won't fully cover the subject. Now, but yeah, if you're doing equatorial mosaics, you can get by with 20% overlap, I think. I'm just going to do a 3x3 just for the sake of argument here. And like right now, there isn't a one click, but that's in the works. So let me go. I'm actually going to go into the scheduler here, and I don't have anything scheduled. So I'm going to go to Mosaic, and I go M31, and I'll look it up. And it should be similar framing to this, just because I picked M31 and it picks the center. And I'm just going to do a 3x3 with 50% panel overlap. You can specify selected panels. So if you have an issue where like one night you're doing a mosaic and like clouds roll in halfway through and the rest of the panels are like a bunch of the panels didn't work at all, you can re-enter the mosaic information, or if ahead of time you could always export it and then re-import it, so you can run the, like I've done that before where I would manually figure out a coordinate for a specific mosaic that was like between the two objects, or like I'm trying to get multiple objects and I kind of find a center point and then I enter it once in here, and then I export it, so then I can, which just exports it as a CSV, and then I can import it in on subsequent nights and rerun it. So I'm going to do 50% overlap. And how long do I want to do this mosaic? It's 9 panels. I'm not going to do I don't think I'm going to do this for an hour and a half. I mean, it's not like a real world test, but it's good enough. I could do, how long should I do it? If I did 5-minute panels, I mean, it would kind of be it would show kind of how it works. So 5-minute panel, I'm going to crank up the gain, maybe 150, 2x2, sure, 2x2. 2x2, and I'll do 5-minute panels, so 20 minutes. Is that right? 4, 5, yeah, because this is the total time across all the panels. Well, so the problem is, I mean, it's the Seestar itself, doesn't, like, it's just alt azimuth, so you're kind of constrained by that at the end of the day. So you kind of work around it by having enough overlap, which I know, like I've done a few hours of Andromeda across all the panels, and I've just done it in alt azimuth mode and just dealt with the rotation. I mean, I say dealt with the rotation. I used enough overlap, and then when I cropped kind of like the noise off the edge of each panel, I had enough where they kind of would overlap. Otherwise you can, oh, yeah, so I mean, the software, I think it rounds, I mean, it doesn't change the geometry of the sensor. It ends up rounding the individual frames, and it has some massive downsides. Like it overlaps the frames, I think like 90% or something, and it's almost constantly moving from panel to panel. So it kind of does a spiral form. It starts in the middle and it kind of spirals out. And that way it kind of can work around the field rotation. but because it's moving a lot, it ends up taking, I think, Wiley site, if he's on, would confirm this. I think it's like 20%, um, or not 20%. It'll spend 20 seconds on each 10-second frame. So like you're basically doubling your time. It's or halving your efficiency. Like it builds up the mosaic. It just takes a lot longer than kind of going panel by panel. Okay, so it's even worse than I thought. 30 seconds for a 10-second frame. So yeah, 1/3 efficiency. Because we the reason we know is um someone provided all of their data, like all their individual frames, and Wiley's site actually wrote a Python script that pulled all the information, the timestamps out of the header, and kind of generated the spiral, or looked at the coordinates and also the time. Um, yeah, if you could checkerboard M to get it without a full 3x1. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like exclude this one and this one. Yeah, currently we don't have that. Although theoretically, yeah, theoretically it could be done. And so since this is a project that, a lot of people are contributing to, there was someone who had kind of jumped in the chat a while, like a few weeks ago, and I haven't seen them since, but we were talking about, they were doing some stuff with Python having to do with field rotation of the image of the frames. And we were talking about, how we could compute, like more intelligently compute the mosaics without going to something like um what what ZWO did with the Seestar. It takes a little more computation, but it's doable. Like, yeah. And so like like the two of us, we were talking about that, um, but yeah, we don't currently do that. It's theoretically possible. And I would like it to be more, yeah, like maybe that's something is, see, the problem is this planning tool. I mean, the planning tool is great, but it's specific, I think, to equatorial coordinates. But I mean, it's all possible. Like it's theoretically possible. And yeah, okay. Yeah, time wasted because of stacking. Well, there's other targets too. Like M31 is, well, yeah. No, there could be other targets. But yeah, M31 especially because it's often at like some angle that, and especially if you're doing yeah. I mean, and the problem is like over time, yeah, it's just the field rotation. The alt azimuth mode is the problem. Yeah, so that's a good point. I was kind of thinking that if you define like a big box, you could do that yourself manually. Like you could define a large mosaic, and then here you could specify just the panels you wanted. So you could just kind of fill in the panels, and maybe that would actually be, so I'm thinking of like these little web demos you have where you have these blocks and you just like kind of click on them and it'll like toggle the color on and off. Like if we could do something like this, I'm just talking this through, like I don't know how much effort this would be, but like if you had a mosaic like this and then you kind of click on the elements to kind of highlight the ones you actually wanted to record, do, that could auto populate these, which for alt azimuth would be tricky, but it could be useful too for equatorial, especially if the object was at a weird angle that maybe like even in the, it's at fixed, it's always at a diagonal, and you want to kind of have the panels kind of stair step to follow the thing, and then you could crop it. You could stitch it and crop it, and then it would be rectangular but rotated. Does that make sense? No, I mean, honestly, it's like sometimes a fresh pair of eyes and then asking questions can trigger, deeper or things that maybe we hadn't gotten into the nuts and bolts of, like, how would we actually do that? So it's good. It's all good. Thank you. Start imaging while hacking. I mean, that's some of my nights are kind of like that, where I just start like coding, uh, yeah. These are all good ideas. I like that. Yeah, 3x3 stack and post rotation. Yeah, I mean that's kind of, I mean that's what basically I do is, like, if you have enough coverage, um, once you stitch it together, like sometimes I'll have stuff around the edge, and then I'll just crop it, and I can like, especially you can always rotate it a little bit, especially if you have enough margin around the edges. Yeah, so let me start the 2x2. Okay, so we've got 2x2, got the coordinates, 20 minutes. Not going to do any of this. I do think I'm going to crank up the gain to 150 just because, to try to get more data. So you enter the thing. I mean, I'm on the schedule page. I entered the mosaic information. It's not, the scheduler isn't running, so I hit start. And then it'll highlight it. If you have multiple schedule items, it'll highlight whichever one is being processed at that moment. So let me go look at the image. And by the way, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please do. I have to do that plug periodically. I'm not that good at remembering to plug it, but yes. So the stacking, it doesn't combine the panels, but each panel is individually stacked on the Seestar. Like, that's controlled by the Seestar. It, like, this software just says, okay, go to this coordinate and start imaging. And then after a certain time has elapsed, the software tells the Seestar to stop imaging. So it's basically kind of like hitting record and stop, but like automatically. So, and what most people do, like, you turn on individual frames, which you can do through the settings. You go in here, and I always make sure save subframes, which you can do through the app, but you can also do it through here. And this historically wasn't a feature where you can actually save the failed frames. And if you save all the frames, you still get the full stack of a specific panel, but when you have all the frames, then you can stack it manually yourself, if you want. But you can just take each stacked panel that the Seestar creates and then mosaic it together yourself. So this doesn't stack it for you. It just generates the panels, and then you have to stack it yourself. That said, just earlier today, I was actually on the stream. And this is, I've kind of thought of this before, but there is like mosaic software, or mosaic modules for Python, which is what the backend's written in. So, but potentially we could add the ability to stack the mosaic, or at least do a first pass at it. It wouldn't be as clean as if you do it in like dedicated astrophotography software. Like some of the mosaics that people generate out of like PixInsight. With Seestar data are amazing, but PixInsight costs as much as a Seestar. Like once you get all the plugins, but if you already have it, it's cool. Also, APP, photo processor, or Serial. Serial not so much for mosaics. Like usually, like I know what's like some people use. What is it? ASTAP. Yeah, use this one. Like, so potentially you could just get the stacked mosaics off the Seestar, like each one that it's stacked, and just throw it into this software, and it would combine it, and it would give you at least a first pass at a mosaic. And then you could take it into Serial or some other software and clean it up, and you'll get good results, reasonable results from that, I think. And if you stack each panel yourself in some other software like Serial, you can produce even better results potentially. But it's like, each step gets you better results, but it's more intensive. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have. I could potentially, if I can get these panels off here. Let me see. Am I imaging? Or sorry, wrong one. I keep going to image when I mean to go to live. Okay, it's the first panel. So when you image a target in the Seestar, it will, when you image a target in the Seestar, sorry, my brain, it's late. Oh, hey, wow. That actually is better than I expected. There's no way. 17 frames? I think the conditions are good here tonight. We normally have all this haze. I know Wiley Site was talking about that. Like there hasn't been as much haze tonight. Anyway, so if you image a target with the Seestar, like you do M31, it'll create a folder M31 and it'll put all of the stacked image in there, and if you have, and it'll have a Seestar, an M31 dash sub, which will have all the subframes. But the way this does the panels, it basically does a suffix. So it's M31_11, and it'll be 12, 21, and 22 for this particular mosaic. And each one of those directories will have a different image, or it'll have each panel separately. Yeah. I mean, there's stuff. Oh yeah. No, that's, yeah. I mean, I do that as well, where I'll join. Yeah. See, look, it's already gone on to the next panel. It finished because it was only doing 5 minutes per panel. It's now going to the 2-1 panel. But yeah, I'll do that where I'll go join go on some live stream and look at videos when I can't observe. Let's see. Will this actually load? Yeah, Cosmic Ray. We want fries too? Yeah, no. What was it? What was that old thing? And for some reason, it was like this, an old Saturday Night Live skit. I don't know. Yeah, and actually there are API calls. See, this isn't. I think it's behind on the image, so we'll see. There are API calls on the Seestar itself that. Okay, so that updated. There are API calls that the app uses to when you browse the albums or the targets on the Seestar, those are API calls, and we know what most of those are, and so potentially we could have our own file browser in the app. Like that is very doable. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of these tools are open source, so I'm just gonna make a note. I mean, just it's something I haven't explored, but it is kind of. I mean, anything that can kind of streamline workflows. I mean, I know people. There's a number of people who have written either shell scripts or PowerShell scripts to automate some of their workflow. I know Wiley Site does that, where he'll pull down things and do like a first pass at stacking the images um, all automatically, but having some way of kind of integrating with some other tools could be handy. Yeah, yeah, um, yeah. It's going over the wireless network can be kind of slow, which is what I'm probably going to have to do tonight because I I mean to try to pull these. Uh, if this works well, I'm going to try to pull the stacked frames um, off the Seestar, the 4 stacked frames, the one per panel, and I'm going to try to load it into ASTAP. We'll see. We'll see how that works. Should work. What's interesting is it went from one stacked panel to the next one in live view mode without me having to do anything. And I don't know if that was a fluke or if it was because of the changes I made. I mean, that's what I wanted it to do, but it hadn't been doing that. I'd have to go out and go back in to bring up the next panel, but it just switched to the next panel, so that's good. So we'll see. We'll see if that ends up staying. I'm gonna have a sip of water. And is the other one doing something? I forget. How's the all sky going? Still clear. Yeah, it's like this time of year we'll get these fronts come through and we'll actually have several days in a row where it's actually nice conditions, but it's not like we had a big stretch of bad weather. Um, is this actually imaging? They're both imaging. Oh, this was going to Helix Nebula. That's right. Forgot. See where that is. Okay, this is about to switch targets. Now, the total elapsed time per panel includes some of the overhead, so like dithering overhead and also like failed like drop frame overhead. Okay, now it did 1 1 2 1 and now it's doing the 1 2 panel. Okay. How's this doing? Not too bad. 132. 20 minutes. I don't know if I think I did I do that for half an hour or 45 minutes? If this keeps going, it's more than half an hour, so we'll see where this goes. Have a sip of beer. I'll drink to that. The thing. Oh, there we go. That's turning out. I mean, some bad gradient there, but that'll clean up. I think I'm gonna have to have like larger water vessel for longer streams. Now, will this come back on its own? It did the last time. Oh, there we go. Hey, and clearly, so it's on the other side of the core. So that's encouraging. Nice. And I wonder if it is the changes I made, which is great because that was one of my major kind of things I wanted to fix. That if you're doing multiple targets, it'll actually just keep viewing them correctly. Or maybe this actually was working and it's just my because I had those issues with multiple like connection limit issues. So maybe that was the problem. Cool. So that's actually working. And actually, so this is 250. Unfortunately, yes, I have tried USB-C to Ethernet, and unfortunately, no, it didn't work. I was hoping. I really was hoping. No, so what you can do, at least what I've done, is a USB cable directly into your computer. It'll show up as a drive. And that's how I always transfer files off because it's the fastest. But I actually did try the USB-C to Ethernet adapter, and sadly it did not work. I was so hopeful that like maybe they have the driver still on the Seestar, and I have thought, there are people who've rooted their Seestars. It would be interesting if you could somehow get a USB Ethernet adapter, but yeah, I just use USB to USB and copy it off. Yeah, but I have to do it onto a computer or something. Like that's the main issue. Although like this software runs on Raspberry Pi, so if you have one of those, potentially you could also use that to offload files. Or if you have a semi-reasonable wireless network and that the Seestar is close to, the performance is kind of thanks, Chris. Yeah, it's possible. That's true. Part of me, see, that's why I would want to have I'd be tempted to see if I could route the telescope, just to see what drivers might be there. Yeah, I'm not sure what the max Wi-Fi throughput is. Like I don't know. Do they have specs on what? Like they had more specs on. Yeah, 6. Oh, you had it on your roof? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. What was it? Okay, get it now. Because I remember on the buying page, they actually had some. It was like a non-obvious thing, but like, yeah, they had like these. They had like these specs here that weren't necessarily. No, they don't have anything about. Yeah. Bluetooth. It's Bluetooth 5. I don't know what chipset they're using. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, well, look at this. It's already gone to the last panel. Cool. Model comparison manuals. A lot of times that kind of information isn't. Unfortunately, they don't necessarily publish that. So I'm not sure what the max speed is. Yeah, so let me see. I was gonna go ahead and try to I'm gonna see if wait, that didn't finish already. Oh, it actually hadn't started yet. See, this is the problem. Notice the timer is already counting up and it hasn't actually imaged anything, or it hadn't actually stacked anything. It dropped 2 frames, but it finally got a frame. So let's see. I used to have some even worse Wi-Fi performance, like doing these 2 imaging sessions at once would have just been way too much. But I did shuffle some things around at my home network, and I have now the access point that these are on is really close to the telescope, through the telescopes. Like it used to be on a different floor. Now it's just on the other side of a wall. Man, this is taking a while. I'm using the Windows file, or not Windows, the Mac Finder to try to, okay, cool. So it kind of had imaged up here. I mean, it's 50% overlap, so it's clear it's a lot of overlap. Actually, what I need to do. Oh, and then the other problem is okay. Okay, so that is the right one. I'm trying to, basically it connected to the, like Seestar, the Seestar device showed up in my file browser, but I wasn't sure if it was the right one since I have 2 on the network, but I just kind of, I think it's the right one, but it's taking a really long time to pull up. Yeah. Station mode. Oh, wow. That's not bad. Oh, right. Yeah. So I usually run mine in station mode, and I get better range, but like it wouldn't have been possible to do it in ad hoc mode. Like the range for that was just way too short, but it still was. I'd still have like timeout issues and stuff, so I ended up moving the access point closer to the telescope. Okay. Wait, is this isn't the right telescope, or is it? Wait. Okay, cool. Yeah, this one I haven't cleared off. The other one I ran out of space the other night, and so I ended up clearing it off completely. But this one I haven't cleared off, so it has a lot of junk on it. But so here you can see the different panels. So I've got 1 1, 1 2, 2 1, and 2 2 is still in progress. So it has the sub frames, but it doesn't actually have the stacked image yet. So basically what I'm going to do is grab the files. I shouldn't have done this because it's just like listing a directory is taking forever, and it's not even that many files. Like it's got 2 different JPEGs and a fit file per frame, so it would only be like 75 files. It shouldn't, or 70 files, so it shouldn't take that long. But it is. Okay, here. Okay, so see, you can see all the fit files. These are like the individual subframes. And you can see down here the ones that are failed. But what I'm going to do is go to this directory, and there should only be 3 files in here, hopefully, which would be the stacked file, and each the stacked file and the stacked file in a fit form and 2 JPEGs, a thumbnail and then the full JPEG. And part of the problem is I was on 5 gigahertz on my access point, and now I'm on 2.4 gigahertz, and the telescopes are on 2.4, I think. So I'm contending with them, I think. Yeah. So I have it all plugged into. Oh, it finished. It finished the mosaic. I have both telescopes and the all sky camera, which is just a Raspberry Pi. Uh, I have them all plugged into a power bank. Um, I have a couple of them. I have like a 300 watt, like the big, more like the power stations, like the ones that have handles and you know, and an AC outlets and stuff. So I have a 300 watt hour one and a 500 watt hour one. And I do that mostly because I have it and because I can run all that stuff like for hours across multiple nights. So it's kind of handy. Although sometimes I kind of get carried away. Like a few nights ago, I had it ended up running out of battery, and the telescopes were fine because they were fully topped off, but the all sky camera stopped responding, and then I realized afterwards, or I realized while it was happening or after it happened, because I could see that the status was draining, so I knew it was out of power. So let me go ahead and grab these fit files. Oh, brands. To be honest, I just got them off Amazon, and I got like the best reviewed ones that were reasonably priced. That had a lot of reviews and were reasonably priced. My mom just picked up one of those 300 watt hour ones. I think she paid like 100. It was under $200. It was like a bit over 100, I think, and it had like coupons, and it worked fine. I ended up using it when we had the hurricane. When we had the hurricane barrel come through here, and we lost power for like 4 days. I have like a generator, but I had some other things. Like it was handy to have like a little portable battery bank you could plug things into. Um, but okay, let me grab all this stuff. Let me grab these files. And I'm just going to create a directory here. M31 2 by 2 by 2 mosaic. And I'm just off stream kind of copying things. So there's one file, because this might take a little bit of time because preparing to copy. I mean, the stacked fit file is 12 megabytes, so it shouldn't take too long, but it's thinking about it for sure. Okay. Still going. So now I'm trying to copy the second one. Just try to get them batched up and then try to do something with them. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately. I know, what do you call it? I know Wiley's site in the chat has a pretty good network, but he has he has an outdoor access point. Yeah, mine is not as fast. Okay. It's starting to copy that one. And yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of slow. Okay, this one finished now. So both of the telescopes are idle. Okay, you're gonna have to just wait for that. So while this is copying off camera, let me see what else I could image. I got NGC 281. I got the fish head nebula. Okay, did that actually? Okay, it's thinking about it still. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, like I say, I'm contending here with my network. Yeah, this is just abysmally slow. So let's see what we can do here. Actually, you know what I might do? Because this might be using up bandwidth on the wireless network because it's like pushing images down as fast as it can. Let me switch that off and maybe that'll reduce some of the traffic on the network. And maybe I'll switch my all sky camera to a different view, which is not as intensive. And maybe that'll help the wireless network. So meanwhile, what targets do we want? Oops. Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, it's true. It's not it's a journey. So what do I want to image next? Oh, that. Oh, okay. I've copied exactly one. You know what? That may have been. Maybe that was the problem. Because each one of these live views, yeah, that was the problem. Each one of these live views, it's like pulling images as fast as it can, and it's over a 2 gigahertz Wi-Fi, and yeah, it was contending too much. Interesting. Okay, so wow, yeah, it was I think it was purely the because I went to a different directory and it immediately, yeah, that was it. That was it. And actually, yeah. Okay, so I've got, all right, so we're up to, I got 3 of the panels, and let's get the 4th panel. It's almost done with the 4th. Okay, so that is almost copied. And okay, cool. Wow, it was interesting. I stopped the live view and it just greatly improved the speed. All right. Let me disconnect, eject that. And the yeah. Well, the problem I have is like my wireless access point I think supports both, but for some reason it's been having issues with the 5.8 gigahertz, and so yeah. And Wiley site mentions the eco flows. Those are great, actually. Like I don't know an eco flow, but again, my mom had a couple of eco flows and she's been very happy with them. C17 and C18. Okay, let me look at that. And I'll get that going, and then I can bring up. Actually, let me pull up the planner. I can. So widely say one thing I ran into. My mom has a pretty beefy EcoFlow, and she has an old house, and she keeps tripping a breaker, but this is a particularly large one. This is like a 2,000 watt hour one, but she tripped a breaker with it, unfortunately. But yeah, it is very fast. They're very nice. Very, very nice. I think she got it like it was discontinued or something. Anyway, the particular model she got, C17. Did I actually hit search? Okay. It's thinking. I think. I think it's thinking. How would I know if it's thinking? Let me. Maybe it. Wait. No. C17. What is C17? Oh, those. What's the altitude? Yeah, 65 degrees. Let's try that. And if I do the framing, no, I won't be able to get both of them. But let me try, is this C18? Yeah, NGC 185. Let me do that one. Let me start with this one. It's NGC 185. Okay. I'll try 30 minutes with this. If I can even get that much time on it since it's so high. I don't know if it ends up getting too close to the zenith, but we'll certainly try. We'll start, and it's running, and we'll go to live view, and I'll just let that go. And actually, this was, maybe I'll switch the other one to, NGC 147, and we'll have both of them imaged. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, NGC 147. Schedule. Clear. Image. No, was image. NGC 147. Search. 30 minutes. Is that how long I did the other one? I did this one for 30 minutes. And so we'll do this one for the same amount. 30 minutes. This is a cached image. Pay no attention to that. And yeah, submit and go. And you can, if you pick image or mosaic, it auto goes, but I did it through the scheduler for whatever reason. So I'm going to go live. Okay, cool. So now this one's trying to go. So let's see. Yeah, yeah, and I think that's what happened with my mom. She ended up picking one, like they had updated, and you get the previous version at a good discount. Okay. I swear I tried to image this once before, and it was like, yeah, it wasn't as good. I mean, it wasn't. I think I think the transparency is better tonight than it normally is. Okay, so let me bring up ASTAP, because I'm still doing the mosaic. And you can see like I have, and again, that was a cached image. So if you look at, so I've got the mosaics, the 4 panels. Okay, so I'm going to go load it. Now, there's a couple different ways. I'm just going to try loading it right into ASTAP. That's not necessarily going to be the best result. but that's what I'm going to do. A lot of times what people do is, or what I do as well, is I run it through Graxpert to kind of clean up each panel, but I'm just going to go process, just try throwing those 4 panels in one. Wait. Oh, right. Okay. So I'm going to go folder. Oh, it's still pointing on my external drive. And that, and that, and that, and open. Okay, so I've got this and no, not live stacking. I'm going to do, oops. Is that what I want to do? No, stop, cancel. Let me go look at this. Yeah, background extraction. I'm going to try, well, since, yeah, the gray, it's not going to, well, I'm going to try it without it. I'll just see what happens. Oops. Browse. And open. And yeah, so I haven't used ASTAP as much as other people have, but I loaded the frames into here. And did I change any of this? Because I was doing live stacking with this last time, and I just want to make sure I didn't do anything weird. Image stacking mode. Oops, that's not what I meant. I guess that's what I'm getting. I wasn't ready to check that I hadn't changed some other setting, but maybe that's okay. Okay. So it's doing takes a while. Is there something? I just want to double check the computer to make sure I'm not like pushing it too far. Okay, no. It's unusual. I don't know why it's taking that long. Wait a second. Okay. I thought a backup was about to kick off and the computer was, but no. Why is this taking so long? I don't think it takes that long usually, or does it? Was it something I like? I wouldn't think it would. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's running. Maybe it's having a problem with the non-cleaned up message files. We'll see shortly. So it's still, yeah, it's still thinking. Took a minute and a half to go. It's weird. Yeah. If this, we'll see what happens with this. And if the results are horrible, I might need to clean it up, clean up each individual panel and then try again. see what this is. Yeah, you can start seeing. Oh yeah. It's actually, I think this is better than I've gotten with these before, given the time. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you probably like why is this taking so long? Either I have some setting that's messing it up that I forgot about that I was doing that I had turned on when I was messing around with live stacking, or there's it's yeah, I don't know. Okay. Hey, man, that is pretty horrible. um, but you know, um, actually, if I go, sorry, wait, how do I? Did it just dump it? I forget. Does it dump it in the directory? Yeah, it dumps it in the directory. So it dumped the mosaic in the directory. Cool. So let me go bring this into, um, let me bring it into, I'll bring it into Graxpert. Why not? And I haven't run Graxpert in a while. I hope they haven't come up with new image. Well, I shouldn't say I hope they haven't come out with new models. It's more like I need to make sure I don't pick a new model lest it download the new model. Now the problem is this isn't going to support rotating or rotating at, I don't think it'll support rotating at a kind of partial angle. So, I mean, there's an artifact there because I didn't crop the frame beforehand, but not too terrible. It doesn't support any, yeah. Maybe I should bring it into Cyril instead. Or first. Does Cyril support like a rotation at a kind of a partial angle? I mean, not a partial angle, a non 90 degree multiple angle. Not sure. Astrophotos, mosaic, open. So I've got unstable development. Okay, here's the mosaic. Now, will it let me? Jen, it's not a bad idea, honestly. I mean, it could get overloaded, but you know, we have as part of this software, this or not this software, the Seestar Alp software, the SSC. If you're on the Discord server, there are like these ultra stack challenges where people contribute. Where basically there's a northern and southern hemisphere target each month, and then a mosaic target was added recently, and like there had been a number of them, and then there was a gap of a couple months, and so I actually was the one who was it was delegated to me, and so I've been yeah, so I actually have a Google Drive that is being used for that. So let me see. Okay, can this rotate at a non Or is it only at, yeah, only 45 or 90 degrees? So I'd have to use like photo editing software or GIMP. Let me go see if I can do that real quick. Because now it's like a mission. I'm trying to open with GIMP. Unfortunately, my GIMP skills are weak. Allow. Okay. Let's see if this actually works. Okay. Now the problem is it's going to be so dark because it's not stretched. Although I can, on this monitor, I can kind of tell. Like here's a black thing. Now how do I rotate it? Again, I used to be semi-proficient at it, but that was so many years ago. Arbitrary rotation, yes. Will this actually? Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I want. Now the question is, does that compare to what I've got here? See, I think it's flipped. I think this, let's see, let me, didn't mean to do that. Dang it. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Okay. So okay, I think it's mirror. Is it mirror reversed? So I want to make this big area. Is that right? Maybe this? Will that work? Now how can I did not mean to do that. Undo. No. Oh, I didn't actually apply the thing. Cool. Okay. What was it? Image, transform, arbitrary rotation. That's right. I have to. Do I have to apply it? I have to rotate it. See how that works. Oh, good. It resized. Perfect. Let's save this. Save as. What? Well, now the question is, will Graxpert handle that file format? Can I turn it to fits? You can use this dialog save. Oh, okay, file export. Got it. Sorry. File. I'm doing this all on the fly, so okay. Rotated. Export. Okay, cool. So oh yeah. Okay. So it's not perfect, but it did rotate it a bit better. So let's see. Let's bring this into Graxpert. Again, I'm doing this quick and very dirty. Quick and dirty. Okay. And I can crop. Let's crop in down there and up. Yeah, let's crop this a lot and crop. Trying to get rid of as much of the white as I can. At least right now. Again, this isn't ideal. So apply crop. Background extraction. I wonder if this will actually work. Oh, did it? Ooh, no. Undo. Oh, that's lovely. Didn't undo, doesn't undo. Nice. Anyway, but yeah, you get the idea. I ended up rotating it because it was kind of rotated a weird way. And I know like so, well, and then I think I see another problem here. It's oh, original. I think this ended up saving it as a black and white fits file because that does not look like its color. Yeah. Anyway, a lot of times people will use photo editing software like Photoshop or Affinity Photo or GIMP to kind of do things like that of rotating it or whatever. But yeah, it's not. I wonder. The denoising always takes a long time, so I'm just going to try to do that just in case. We'll see. Anyway, but yeah, you basically, so that's the gist of it. You take you can take the individual frames. You should probably process them beforehand. Like if you have a lot of light pollution, or even if not, gradient removal and Graxpert, crop them, save them out, each panel, and then use those panels in ASTAP to kind of stitch them together. And yeah, yeah, the AI noise reduction takes forever. Let me see. So here's the panels, and that was the overall result. But I think somehow I ended up, yeah, maybe I should have not rotated it in. I shouldn't have rotated it inside of GIMP, and I should have just stuck to this processing, the Graxpert kind of denoise and whatever. Actually, I'll do that as soon as this is done. Because I want to, this is only a 15% stretch. Yeah, we've, yeah, that has been discussed, and I would like to do it, but I want to make sure I do it in my goal is to do it in a reasonably secure way. I don't want people to, you know, compromise their network accidentally, just because, you know, it's like any device you put on the internet, especially if there's some remote exploit where somebody could, you know, remotely compromise your Seestar and you had it exposed over a port on the internet, that wouldn't be good. But yeah, that would be good. That would be nice. Like I say, for my own personal use, I want to try to experiment with tail scale to try to do it securely. The denoising takes forever, and I'm a little afraid at the result that it's going to come up with, because yeah, this image is somewhat suspect, just because the way I processed it in GIMP, and I think it made it black and white for some reason. And then there's still these artifacts here, like right here, stacking artifacts, because I didn't, well, not stacking, but like edge artifacts on the individual panels that I should have cropped out before I stitched them. But the nice thing about specifically ASTAP, not this software, but this software is, like, some people will use photo stitching software for doing the stitching together, but ASTAP, because it does astrometric stitching, it looks at the stars and it matches up the panels. So you could actually have panels that don't overlap at all, and it'll kind of put them there, and you'll have, lots of white space around them. So so that's one of the nice things about it. I mean, it's mostly very time consuming. It actually wasn't. ASTAP isn't the most. It's very powerful software. But like there's like two or three things I do usually to get it to create a mosaic. Um, but like the whole workflow, I mean, like a lot of people with their astrophotography, you spend a lot more time on the processing of the photos. So even if you're doing just a single frame, taking hours of data, yeah, I'm not thrilled with what it's doing around the edge here, but I think it's because it ended up denoising the background extracted version. So I'm just going to throw this all away. I'm going to load up the stacked version. So this is just the version that came out of ASTAP. So I'm not going to do the denoising on this, but I did want to see what the greater stretches looked like. Eesh, that's too noisy. What did I do? What's interesting is Graxpert's written in Python, and it was yeah, we're actually the stretch we're doing in here is actually the code was lifted from Graxpert because it's also open source, so, and it has the same license. So yeah, this is turning out nice. And I mean, I think I need hours of data for this, but at least it's getting something recognizable. It is calculating. I don't know what happened to this. Anyway, I'm gonna cancel that out, kill that. But yeah, so that's basically the idea. Is I mean, usually people do a series of steps where you either create your own stack per panel, or you use the Seestar stack. I mean, the Seestar stack for a panel, and then you process each panel, which could just be a matter of cropping it, like on this, like these lines, like that line of noise is because the underlying panel had kind of edge artifacts. So you crop like that line, like the noise along the edge there, you crop that out and then use the cropped panels to do your stack. I mean, to do your stitch. And then that'll help clean up kind of some of those lines. And ASTAP tries to normalize the brightness of the panels. And so it'll stitch it together, and then you take, you then take that result and then you process it however you process things, like whether it's in Serial or whatever else, Serial or PixInsight, or some people just use Photoshop or ASTAP. Like there's a bunch of different software. Yeah. Exactly what Seiko said. Basically, like usually what I do is I typically only use Serial and Graxpert. And in the case of Serial, like it has scripts for pre-processing stuff. I'm just quitting out of some of these things. But yeah, it has scripts which will some that are built in that will do the stacking for you. Basically, you throw all the subframes in a directory, and it'll process them and kind of weed out the ones that it doesn't think are good, which could end up like some of the ones the Seestar rejects. It will use, and like you'll end up with a better result. Sometimes a much better result if you stack it yourself. But again, like Seiko said, it's kind of parts of it are very mechanical, and some of it you can script, like just simple little scripts. But yeah, and different people have different workflows for it. But discard changes, okay. But yeah, once you kind of get into it, it's not too bad. And in the case of ASTAP, like basically all I did is I added the frames to it, doing browse, and then I don't think I changed anything else. I mean, it does a lot of things besides just stacking. But then I picked, image stitching mode, and they, like on their website, they have like different guides for whatever you want to do. Like, yeah, live stacking. So yeah, it does a number of things, but it works pretty well. Like it because of the way it works, where it's not trying to match up stars. It's actually like it's not trying to match up kind of overlapping panels. It's actually just looking at each panel and saying, okay, these are stars and I know where these stars are. It plate solves each panel and then aligns them based on that. And so they might not even overlap. It doesn't care. Like it was pretty funny before I did 50% overlap on my first mosaic. I think I did like 10%. And because of field rotation, I had panels that weren't actually touching. But ASTAP would kind of figure out where they were relative to each other, and you could really see, okay, there's a big gap there in the middle, which is pretty funny. Not as funny. It wasn't as funny at the time, but in retrospect, it's funny. Yeah, 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 and it varies, and it might just like sometimes it's not just the telescope. It could also be the kind of object where you might do different kinds of processing for. Yeah, I mean, you could end up doing a lot different processing. Okay, so actually, this one is actually finished now. After 30 minutes, and this one's about to finish. And speaking of finishing, I said I wasn't going to go till midnight, and here we are past midnight. So yeah, let me see. I could actually, I was going to go to the Astrospheric website, but I don't need to. I can just look at it inside our planning page. But yeah, actually, I'm not sure if I want to do back-to-back nights, but Thursday's actually looking pretty solid weather-wise. Friday's probably out. Actually, let me look at the full website because it doesn't give the long range. The long range, yeah, so I'm not gonna. I'm always conflicted. Like, do I do back-to-back live streams, or do I give it a break, give myself a break? But then I won't have anything for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe by early next week. That's fine. I've gone like a couple weeks without a live stream when the weather was crap. Um, yeah, so I probably won't do tomorrow unless things change and Thursday looks bad, but I'll probably do a live stream on Thursday. Um, um actually, I don't think I don't think anybody cares one way or the other. Um, I'm out of their hair. No, yeah, so I think I'm going to leave it at that, but I'll probably do a live stream on Thursday in 2 days, like the day after tomorrow. And yeah, uh, I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks, uh, you bum. Portal 2. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, live stream it is. Yeah. Yeah, what's your connectivity like that Wiley site at the Portal 2 skies? Um, but yeah, I'll yeah, that's fine. It's all good. I wasn't expecting to go this late tonight. Oh, one thing, since I'll show one thing that I'm really oh, okay. Streamed YouTube there. Hey. Um oh man, when do you leave? Do you leave Thursday? Do you leave Thursday? Um okay. Okay. All right. Um so one thing I do that is kind of neat about the Federation feature is on commands I can go Federation and I can go shut down, scope, confirm. What? It lies. Or did it actually shut them down? So this was, oh yeah, see, look, they're in motion. They're both shutting themselves down now. So that's been nice. And likewise at the beginning of the night, I do the startup sequence. I hit execute, on the startup sequence, and it after turning on both of them, I'll just do that, and it kind of unparks them and points them up, um, and then yeah, I'm ready to start imaging, and that's what I did for the first target. I pointed both of them at Deneb, and yeah, now they're off. See, there's normally an LED there, and they're both off now for the night. So yeah, no, let's do shit. I actually forgot that once, um, because I was like, I went ahead and hit shutdown, and then as I was walking downstairs, I realized, oh no, I forgot there was a dew shield. I ended up finding it in the grass. It ended up like getting. Luckily, it wasn't like super tight, so it got knocked off, and it was in the grass. Um, but yeah, now it's not near the dew point, so I haven't bothered with it tonight. But there are days, and plus I use it a lot of times just for the kind of as a light shield, because there's so much. I mean, people people look at my at this night camera and they're like, "Oh, is it twilight?" It's like, no, it's not twilight. Um, that's how bad the sky is. I mean, that's that's what a Bortle 9 looks like. A particularly not great Bortle 9. Like there are levels of Bortle 9, and mine is it's like the ninth level of Bortle 9. Um, I mean, you can actually see stars on these 5-second exposures, but these are like the very brightest stars. And visually, that's, you don't see many more than that. Or you see about that. So, but yeah, yeah. So thanks for joining. I'll be streaming on Thursday, I'm pretty sure, unless things change, and maybe I'll stream Wednesday or Friday or whatever. But pencil it in for Thursday if you wanna hop on again. But yeah, thanks for joining and what? Hold on. Yeah. So yeah, thanks for joining, and um yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have we have such awesome skies. I mean, so does Wiley's side. His skies are no slouch in the yeah. Yeah, thanks. Uh yeah, hope you all have a good night and clear skies, and hopefully see you next time. Thanks. Bye.